All right, everybody, we're doing HackerFrogs after school. And what are we doing today? We're going to be doing our classical ciphers part 2 lesson, which is part of our cryptography class. And let's go ahead and get started. If you want to take part yourself, then you want to go ahead and use, hold on. You want to go ahead and log into picoctf.org. This is a site where you can learn all sorts of great stuff about cybersecurity. And you can, let's see, picoctf.org. I'll get the link for everybody. And this is the site that you want to use if you want to participate in today's class. All right, so let's get started. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. Hey there, HackerFrogs. This workshop is the third session for cryptography basics. In the last session, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. And what did we learn about? We learned about all sorts of cryptography terms. We learned about the terms cipher, plaintext, ciphertext, encryption, and decryption. So ciphers are a cryptographic algorithm used in encryption and decryption. Plain text is a piece of a message or piece of text that is not encrypted. So not encrypted means plain text. And ciphertext is an encrypted message or piece of text. We also have encryption, which is the act of transforming plain text into ciphertext, and decryption, which is the act of transforming ciphertext into plain text. So that's what we learned last time. We also learned a little bit about a couple of classical ciphers. And the first one we looked at is the ROT13 cipher. The ROT13 cipher is a simple substitution cipher where the encryption method is to shift each plaintext letter 13 positions in the alphabet to form the ciphertext. And we also learned about the Caesar cipher. The Caesar cipher is a substitution cipher where the method of encryption is to shift each letter of the plaintext by a specific number of letters in the alphabet, which is called the shift or the key. So one interesting thing that we learned about is that the ROT13 cipher is actually a type of Caesar cipher where the key is 13 letters or 13 shifts in the alphabet. So in today's session, we're going to be talking about a few more classical ciphers, and we're going to be talking about how these ciphers work and how to solve some problems over at picoctf. So those are going to be the Vigenère cipher, the rail fence cipher, and the transposition cipher. So let's talk about these three different ciphers, and let's go. So the first cipher that we're going to be talking about today is the Vigenère cipher. The Vigenère cipher is another type of symmetrical substitution cipher. When we say symmetrical substitution, it means that one letter is going to be subbed out for another letter. And while the typical Caesar cipher uses a rotation number, which substitutes plaintext letters for ciphertext letters, the Vigenère cipher uses a key which is mapped to the plaintext characters before encryption can take place. Sigma says, another stream. Yeah, we're here. Let's see. Zero No says, all nice. I see these on CTFs all the time. Yeah, so CTF challenges are usually going to have Vigenère cipher or Caesar cipher. They're going to be they're pretty common, and we need to understand these ciphers if we want to solve those challenges when we do our CTF exercises. So in cryptographic terms, a key is a string of numbers or letters which is used in a cipher's encryption and decryption process. And yeah, I see you guys, Sigma and Zero Null. Nice to see you guys here. And in the case of Vigenère cipher, the key is an alphabetic string of varying length with each plaintext letter mapped to a letter in the key. So the first letter of the plaintext is mapped to the first letter of the key. The second letter of the plaintext is mapped to the second letter of the key, and so on. So for example, given the plaintext crocodile and the key animal, the two would be mapped in the following way. So we've got C mapped to the letter A, R mapped to the letter N, etc., etc. And you'll notice that the key is going to be repeated, because if the plain text is longer than the key, in length of letters or characters, the key is going to have to repeat over and over again to fit the number of characters in the plain text. So as indicated by the example above, if the number of the letters in the key is shorter than the number of the letters in the plain text, the letters in the key will repeat from the beginning letter of the key until all of the letters in the plain text are accounted for. After the letters in the plain text and the key are mapped to each other, each plain text letter/key letter pair needs to be looked up on the Vigenère table, which is a 26 by 26 table that looks like the following. So we've got our plain text letters on the top, and we've got our key letters over on the column on the left-hand side. Thank you very much, MTL, what is this? MTL FTN? I'm not too sure. Let us know how to pronounce that name, and we'll try to pronounce it properly. Thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so for each one of these letters, we're going to have to find the intersection of the plain text letter and the key, and then that's going to be the resulting ciphertext letter. MLT. Okay, MLT. Great, thank you. And welcome to the stream. So for each plaintext key pair, find the plaintext letter on the top row of the table and the key letter on the leftmost column of the table, and the letter that is intersected by both the plaintext letter and the key letter is substituted in the place of the plaintext letter as the ciphertext letter. Okay, so in the following screenshot, you will see the resulting ciphertext letters for the plaintext key combinations of C and A, R and N, and O and I. So we see here that the plaintext, so we're trying to encrypt the word crocodile, and we're using the word animal as the key. So the C and the A is going to encrypt into the letter C. The R and the N, the plaintext R and the key N is going to encrypt into the letter E, and the plaintext O and the key I is going to encrypt into the letter W over here. So if we complete the example and encrypt the plaintext crocodile and the key animal using the Vigenère cipher, the resulting ciphertext is this string right here. So it is a more sophisticated method of encryption than using the Caesar cipher, but not by too much. So manual decryption of ciphertext encrypted using the Vigenère cipher is possible if the key is available. First, we identified the key letter and the ciphertext letter combinations. Then for each key and ciphertext letter pairs, we find the key letter on the leftmost column, and then we find the ciphertext letter on the key cells row. Okay, we find the ciphertext letter on the key cells row, and then we go up. Once found, the letter at the top of the ciphertext letters column is the plaintext letter. For example, given the ciphertext, this thing right here, and provided the key animal, we can again use the Vigenère table for decryption. So we'll demonstrate the first three key ciphertext pairs. After mapping the key letters and ciphertext letters on the table, we find the plaintext letters C, R, and O. So let's take a look at the table. So I think we can zoom in on this just a bit so that we can see it more clearly. So what we need to do is we need to find the plaintext letter, the key letter. So the key letter is A-N-I for animal. So key A, getting a little bit mixed up. So key A, we're looking for the ciphertext letter C. And then after we find that, we go up in the table and we see that C is the letter. So C is the plaintext. The next one is N, and N, we need to find the ciphertext letter E, which is over here. And when we go up in the column, we see that the plaintext letter is going to be the letter R over here. And the last one is going to be the key I and the plaintext letter W. So we go over here, we find W, and then we go up to the top and we see that the plaintext letter is the letter O. All right, so let me set this back to the original zoom and let's move on. Okay, so we're going to do an example over here, and we're going to be doing a CTF exercise over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is the CTF platform of choice when we're learning about cryptography here. And if everybody wants to join in along with us, then you can go ahead and use this link. I'll just leave the link in the chat. All right, and here we are. So another thing that we're going to do is we're going to try and use the terminal to solve some of these questions as well. So before we start the Veganer challenge, we're going to open up our web shell. And the web shell is a great resource for doing cybersecurity challenges over at PicoCTF because it's a Linux virtual machine that you can use from the web. So the way we access it is we log into PicoCTF and then we go to the practice page. After we go to the practice page, we can scroll down a little bit and then we're going to see the web shell button over on the right hand side. So we want to click on the web shell button over here. And then we're going to see that the web shell opens up here and we get a Linux terminal. So the problem with this is that we want the terminal to be nice and big because it's a bit cramped over here in along one side. So what we need to do is we need to put the PicoCTF web shell in a full browser tab. We can do that by going over to the button beside the help button to the right. And the button is labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. It looks like a box with an arrow pointing out. You want to go ahead and click on that. And then you will see the terminal get opened up in its own web browser tab. And this is what we want. So after that, you can clear the terminal. And you'll see that you should see a readme.txt file in here. And the prompt should say your username -picoctf at web shell. Okay, so now that we've opened up our web shell, let's go back to the challenge. So if you need any help with any of these steps and you're having some problems, please let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out as best we can. Okay, so let's go over to the Veganer challenge and let's go over the details of the challenge. So this challenge is called Veganer. It's a medium level challenge in the cryptography category from the PicoCTF 2022 event. The description says, can you decrypt this message? And it says, decrypt this message using the key Scilab. So we've got a file that we can download here, and let's go ahead and do that. We can mouse over the link over message, right click, and then select copy link. After we do that, we're going to go back to the web shell and we're going to download the file. So over here in the web shell, we're going to use the wget command. So just type in wget, hit space, and then right click. After you right click, you can select paste, and that's going to paste in the file address for our message. So go ahead and hit enter after you've done that. And then it should say that cipher.txt saved. And if you type ls in the terminal, you're going to see that cipher.txt is in your directory here. So you can go ahead and read that file by using the following command. It's going to be cat and then cipher.txt. And then we get our ciphertext. So this is ciphertext. It's an encrypted message. We need to figure out what this message was. And there are a couple of different methods we could do to do this. So the easiest method that we can use is we could just use a web app to do our translation. Actually, no, there's another method we could use. So the other method we could use is we could look this up on the table, and this is how we would do it. So this is the manual method of doing it. So let me just I'll just go to another tab over here, and let's go ahead and make a little file. We'll call it test2. Whoops. should be nanotest2.txt. Okay, so we've got our file over here, and what we need to do is we need to figure out what the original text was. So we know that this is this was encrypted using the Vigenère cipher, and we're just going to shrink this down, and then we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the Vigenère lookup table. So I downloaded it a little bit earlier, and it is over. Now where is it? Here we go. Okay, so this is the lookup table here. I'm just going to make it so that we can see both of these at the same time. Okay, so the first, we know that the key. So the key is Scilab. And I guess what we need to do first is we need to map the key to each one of these letters over here. So it's going to be Scilab over and over again, like this. Only the problem with the C in Scilab didn't get copied. Let me go ahead and make sure that's copied. Okay. Paste that all in. Okay. And the problem is that the Vigenère cipher does not encrypt special characters, and it doesn't encrypt numbers. So anytime we see a number or a special character, we have to skip that character. So over here, this is a special character. We'll skip this. We'll skip this number. We'll skip this special character, we'll skip this number, and we'll skip this special character, we'll skip this number, we'll skip this number, we'll skip this number, we'll skip this number, we'll skip this special character, we'll skip this number, we'll skip this number, this special character also skipped. These are all skipped, and these numbers are skipped. So this is what we need to do first. We need to map each one of the actual letters to one of the letters in the key. After we've done that, we can start doing this manually. We're not going to finish doing this manually because it's very, very time consuming and very, very tedious, but we'll do the first, let's just say the first 3 letters of the plain text here. Okay, so we've got the key C, and we've got this key C over here. We need to move over in this column, in this row over here, until we hit the ciphertext R. So C, we're going to move over until we hit ciphertext R, and then we go up. So we see that the first letter is of the plain text is P. So P, and then the next letter of the key is Y. So we go down here, Y. Where is the Y? Oh, I think I need to scroll down a bit. Wait, how do we scroll down? W. Is this table incomplete? That's wow. I should have yeah, for some reason this table is incomplete. That's what you get for downloading weird stuff from the internet. Okay, so the letter is actually going to be I. So this is going to be a picoctf flag, so it has to start with picoctf, P-I-C-O. And so where's the I over here? So I is here, and we need to go down until we hit the ciphertext letter, which is G. Where's the G? Okay, it's not on the it's on the table. Okay, so this is the process that you would do for manual decryption of the Vigenère cipher. It's we're not gonna finish this because it takes a long time. So we are going to talk about the other 2 methods we could do to solve this challenge. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the ciphertext string. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to go over to a website. So I think we can do Crypty. So Crypty is another great little website we can do for classical ciphers. And I'll just look up cryptography Vigenaire, okay. And then this is the website over here. So I'll provide the website to everybody so you can check it out yourself. Here you go. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to paste in our ciphertext into this ciphertext window over here. So I think I need to grab the ciphertext letter string again. Okay, so over here in the ciphertext window, we're just going to paste in our ciphertext string, and then we need to supply the key. So this is not the right message because the key is incorrect. So in the challenge, it indicated to us, oh, this is not the right one. Here, it indicated to us that the key was Scilab. So we're going to type in Scilab as the key. Okay, and then we see Young81. Young81, thank you very Yun81. Yun81, thank you for subscribing on, for following on Twitch. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so we've got, we put on the key Scilab, and then we get the decrypted key over here in plain text. So it's PicoCTF, don't use Vigenaire cipher, and then some letters and numbers. So the problem with I'd like to share the key with you, but unfortunately the keys are individualized, and this little part of the key over here is going to be different for every user. But otherwise, you could share flags. Of course, we're not going to share flags because sharing flags is a bad thing. Please do this yourself if you want to submit the flag for this challenge. So let's go back to the challenge here, and let's paste in the flag. So we paste in the flag that we got from decrypting the challenge, and the challenge string, and then we click on submit flag, and then we finish the challenge. So there's another method. There's another method we could use to solve this as well, and we could solve this through a little bit of Python scripting. So we love to use Python because it's a fun way to get stuff done in cybersecurity. And we've got some code for each one of these challenges, and if you want to take a look at the code, they'll be located over at this GitHub over here. Okay, so what we're looking at is the method of solve for challenge 1, PicoCTF Vigenaire, and in method 1 over here, we have some Python code. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a Python script to solve the challenge. So I'm just going to grab this command over here, then in the web shell, we're going to paste in the command. So it's, well, you don't necessarily need to paste it in. We're just going to create a file called vigenaire.py or .py with the nano text editor. So we're going to do this. So we're now using the nano text editor, and we're going to paste in our Python code. So we're going to go back to the GitHub page, and we're going to copy the code. So the code over here, basically, it's going to do a Python code, solve of the Vigenaire cipher. But before we use the code, we'll review what the code is doing. Well, maybe not too in depth, but we will talk about it nonetheless. Okay, so where are we? Okay, so we're in the web shell. Let's paste in our code. And Sigma says, shouldn't this cryptography method be relatively secure since it would be pretty hard to guess the key? There are a couple of things that you need to be careful of when you're using the Vigenaire cipher for actual cryptography, and not just as an exercise. So the Vigenaire cipher you have to use a key that is at least as long as the string that you're trying to encrypt, and that's going to ensure that that's not going to ensure, but it makes it much harder to brute force the answer out of the ciphertext string. But if you have a very simple key, then people might be able to brute force the answer using some sort of computer program. But the Vigenaire cipher is much more secure than using the Caesar cipher because the Caesar cipher only has 26 keys. Anyways, let's talk about what's going on inside this code here. So we create a function called Vigenère decrypt, and it takes in the arguments the ciphertext and the key. So we need to provide the ciphertext, we need to provide the key, and this is what it does. So the plain text is going to start as an empty string, and then the key index, we're going to need to track where we are in the key, because the key is going to repeat if the ciphertext is longer than the key length. But this is how we're going to keep track of that. And then we're going to do a for loop which decrypts each one of the letters one at a time. So character is alpha, so we need to determine if these are alphabetic characters, because the Vigenère cipher doesn't encrypt or decrypt special characters or numbers. So key character equals key at this particular index, so cycle through the key, and then key index plus 1. And then we move over to the next letter in the key. We check if the characters are uppercase or lowercase so that we can match the uppercase and lowercase in the plain text output. And then we do this. So the ciphertext is going to be whatever the character is in what is this? ASCII. I think this is ASCII decimal. So ASCII decimal encoding, and then we subtract whatever it is for the letter A, and then we take the key index. We get the whichever ASCII character that the key is, whichever letter it is, and then we subtract the letter A from that, and then the plain text is going to be the character minus the key, and then we're going to do a modulo of the number 26. So we modulo it by 26 because there are only 26 letters in the alphabet, and then the plain text is going to be added to the the empty plain text string. And then it does that over and over again for each one of the characters, and at the end, it's going to return the entirety of the plain text to us. So the last thing we need to do inside the script is we need to supply the encrypted string over here. And remember, my flag is not going to be the same as your flag, but in the script, you need to supply your own flag. So please be careful about that. And the key is going to be the same in all of our cases. It's always going to be the word Scilab. So now that we know what the script is doing, we can run the script. So we're just going to save out the file. So if you don't know how to save the file in Nano, this is what you do. You do Control X inside of Nano, and then after that, it asks you if you want to save the modified buffer, press Y for yes, and then hit Enter to confirm the file name. So after that, we've got our script ready to go. We just need to run it using the Python command. So it's going to be python vigenère.py. When we run the script, we're going to get this decrypted text message over here, and then this is the plain text. And this is the flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit that to picoctf, and we'll solve the challenge again. Okay, so we've got a couple of more ciphers to go. Hopefully we can cover the next couple of ciphers a little bit quicker. Let's move on to the next cipher. So the next cipher we're going to be talking about is the rail fence cipher. So this is another well-known classical cipher, which is not a substitution cipher, but rather a transposition cipher. So when we talk about transposition ciphers, we'll talk about what this means. So transposition ciphers are ciphers where the content of the plain text is going to be rearranged to form the ciphertext. So if we have the plain text HackerFrogs, and then we rearrange the letters, we can get some ciphertext. So can anybody identify what's been done to transform the plain text in this case? So if you know, let us know in chat. It's relatively easy. You just have to look at it a certain way. So the plain text is HackerFrogs. Sigma says the order is changed. Yes, that's true. And ZeroNL says it's reversed. Yeah, so it's just spelled out backwards. So it starts with S, and then G, and then O, then R, and then all the way to the beginning of the string. So yeah, so this is one type of transposition. Well, this is one type of transposition cipher that you can do. It's pretty easy to predict in this case, but in the example above, the plaintext string has been reversed to form the ciphertext. So we're talking about the rail fence cipher, and the rail fence cipher is a more complicated transposition cipher. And in the rail fence cipher, we formed the ciphertext by zigzagging the plaintext across a grid with a specific number of rows, which are called rails, and this is known as the key. So if we wanted to do the secret message is HackerFrogs rule, we would zigzag the numbers across a grid, and then after that's done, we would take these and combine these rows together, and then this would be the ciphertext over here. So we can show a very, very easy, a very, very simple version of that over at over here. So let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So if we got the plaintext message, this is a secret, and we've got 3 rails over here, then we would zigzag the message across like this, and then we would form this message over here. So this is the ciphertext. So in this case, in all these cases, the ciphertext and the plaintext are going to be the same number of characters. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. This should also be 13 characters. So if you know the ciphertext, if you know the, well, okay. If you know that the message was encrypted using Rails, so what is it called? Rail fence? Is it fence rail or rail fence? I need to look it up real quick. Rail fence. So if you know it was encrypted using rail fence, and you know the number of rails over here, so in this case it's 3, then you can very easily decrypt it by setting this up yourself and then reading it in a zigzag pattern to figure out what the plaintext was. But there are other ways of doing this as well. So if we have the ciphertext and we know the number of rails used, which is the key, then we can decrypt the ciphertext. So we can learn more about the rail fence cipher by working through a challenge on picoctf. Let's go ahead and go over to this isn't actually the challenge URL. Hold on, let me get the challenge URL. Okay, it's going to be over here. And let me go ahead and grab the URL for everybody. Here you go. Okay. So the rail fence challenge over here, this is a medium level challenge in the cryptography category from the picoctf 2022 event. Matthew Welty on YouTube says, "What's up? What's up, Matthew Welty? Nice to see you here." And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
And thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, Vertex. Vertex, thank you very much. Okay, let's continue. Okay. So the description on the challenge says, a type of transposition cipher is the rail fence cipher, which is described here. Here is one such cipher encrypted using a rail fence with 4 rails. Can you decrypt it? Download the message here and put the decoded message in the picoctf flag format, for example, picoctf decoded message. So we can go ahead and grab the second link over here, which is the message. We're going to copy the link, and then we can go over to our picoctf web shell, and we can download it using wget. So it's just going to be wget and then space, and then paste in the file address. hit enter to download the message. And then we can read the message with the cat command. So this is the encrypted message over here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this, and we could do this manually, and doing this manually would be a big pain in the butt. But let me see if I can demonstrate just a couple of the letters. So this is the message, and we know that there are 4 rails, and let me just set up a little grid. So we're just going to make a little grid of these dots, and then we can start putting the letters in the grid. So we've got the first character is a T, the second character is an A, the third character is... Oh, no. That's it's it's more complicated. It's more complicated than that. Hold on. What was my example? So my example over here is, yeah, okay. So for each one of these, we need to figure out, we need to divide the plain text by a number so that it evenly divides into the number of characters in the ciphertext. And in this case, the ciphertext is how many characters long? I'm just going to grab this, and I'm going to do a little word count. So the word count is going to be echo this thing, and then pipe it into word count. So this is 56 characters. So 56 characters, we need to divide the number of characters by 4, because we know that there are 4 rails. So 56 does it divide evenly by 4? Hold on. So let's see. Echo Python C print 56 divided by 4. My math is very bad. 14. Okay, so there's 14. It's going to be 14 characters on each one of these rails. So if we know that there's going to be 14 characters on each one of these rails, we need to... It is actually a little bit more complicated than I thought. So 14 characters in each one of these rails. So the first one's going to be T, and I think if it's 4 rails, let's just suppose that we've got... Okay, so that means there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters between each one of these on the top rail. There's going to be 1 and then 3, and then 1 and then 3 on the second rail. Okay, so what I'm trying to illustrate here is that we could do this manually, but it would be a tremendous pain in the butt. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to use a web app to help us out with this. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go over to, I think we can look this up online. So Railfence Cipher online. And we've got another crypty. That's great. So another crypty website. And I'll just paste this into chat so you can all use it. And okay, so here for the Railfence cipher, we can give a key, and in this case, we know that there are 4 rails. So we can just set the number of the key to 4, and then we will grab the ciphertext one more time. Then we're going to paste in our key over here, and let's see. So we want to decode in this case. So in this case, we can decode with the key of 4, and it's not looking. Hold on. This was our original text, right? So original text is this. Let me grab this. Paste in the, okay. So we paste in the text here, we specify the key of forward, we select the decode mode, and we get this message over here. So the flag is, where does the fence begin and end? And we got some extra characters here. And the flag is going to be individualized for each one of us, so we can't necessarily use my flag because the bit at the end is going to be different for each user. So what we need to do is we need to copy this, and then we need to wrap the picoctf flag wrapper around it. And we know that the picoctf flag wrapper is going to be a pair of brackets with picoctf around it like this. So we can just copy this final flag with the flag wrapper, go over to the picoctf challenge, paste in the flag, and then we're done. Okay, so there's another method we could use to solve this as well, and that would be using Python. So if you go over to the GitHub over here, and one more time, I'll just supply the link. So there's going to be challenge 2. So challenge 2 picoctf rail fence, and the first method we have over here is Python. So we're just going to create a file called railfence in our nano text editor, and let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to get out of here. Sorry, it's going to be nano rail fence.py. Okay, and then we're going to paste in our code. So we need to get our code from the GitHub over here. And I'll try to explain what the code is doing before we run the code, because we like to understand what the code is doing, especially if we're going to be running it on our computer. Because if we just start running just random code that we find on the internet, we could get into some trouble. Okay, so this is going to be a function called railfence_decrypt. It takes in ciphertext and a number of rails. And what do we need to do? So you saw how complicated it was trying to figure out how to decode it, just using the manual method. The algorithm method is a bit complicated to explain, but it does involve a pattern, which is the length of the ciphertext. It involves the rail number that we're currently on and the direction that we're moving in. So we have to move up and down in a zigzag pattern in the rails to do our decryption. So we do a little for loop. So the length of the ciphertext, we have to get the pattern. We need to make sure that it's moving in the right direction, and then the script is going to keep track of whether or not we're moving down in the rails or up in the rails. And the other thing it's going to do is it's going to get the characters, and then it's going to reconstruct the plain text when it's done. So this is the script. Let's go ahead and run it. So the two things that we need to supply to the script are the encrypted ciphertext over here, and as well as the number of rails in this particular example. So let's go ahead and save out the file, and then let's run the script. So railfence.py. So the flag is, where does the fence begin and end? Okay, great. So Sora Motions asks, what does the script do? So the script here is it's decrypting the ciphertext that was encrypted using the railfence cipher. So let's take a look at it one more time. So it tries to keep track of the ciphertext. It keeps track of which rail it is currently at, and it keeps track of what direction it's moving in. So when you do the decryption for rail fence for the rail fence cipher, you have to move up and down in the rail to figure out where the characters are. So we illustrated this over, where is it? Over here. So when we use the rail fence cipher, we need to put the plain text on these rails and then zigzag diagonally to form the ciphertext. So we combine these letters on the rails to form the ciphertext message from the plain text message up here. And in order to decrypt it, we need to know the number of rails that was used to create the ciphertext message. But it's what's going on in the code is a little bit complicated for me, but I try to keep track of what exactly is going on in the code and have a rough idea of how it's working. So when we ran the script, then we got the decrypted message over here. So just like the last time, we can just use the wrapper and put in the prefix over here to submit the message. Sorry, to submit the flag. Okay, and to finish off today's class, well, hold on. So let me just try submitting this. Okay, that was correct. And we got one more cipher that we're going to be going through today. This one's a little bit easier to understand. So this last challenge is going to be the transposition trial challenge. So we're going to be learning more about transposition ciphers by working through a challenge on PicoCTF. And let me grab the link for you. Here you go. Okay, so this is the transposition trial challenge. It's a medium level challenge from the cryptography category from the PicoCTF 22 event with the cryptography tag. The description says, our data got corrupted on the way here. Luckily, nothing got replaced, but every block of 3 got scrambled around. The first word seems to be 3 letters long. Maybe you can use that to recover the rest of the message. Sorry Motions says, thanks for the explanation. I hope I explained it sufficiently. If there's any particular detail that you wanted to know about, let me know, and maybe I can do a little bit more explanation. Okay, so the first word seems to be 3 letters long, so maybe you can use that to recover the rest of the message. Download the corrupted message here. So they've got a link. So as usual, we're going to right-click, select copy link, and then we're going to download it to our PicoCTF web shell. Okay, so I think we need to get rid of this message.txt because I think this file is also called message.txt. Okay, so we download that. So this is our new message.txt file. And when we take a look at the message, we've got a ciphertext string. So this is what we're going to do. We could do this manually because we know that we know these details about the message. It says nothing got replaced, but every block of 3 got scrambled around. The first word seems to be 3 letters long. Maybe you can use that to recover the rest of the message. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go over to our PicoCTF web shell. And we're going to paste in our message here. So we know that everything is going to be 3 letters long, right? So we can just split this up into 3-letter blocks like this. And then we can start working on it from there. Okay, so we know that the first word is 3 letters long, and the only thing that makes sense is if we take the third letter and we shift it around to the position of the first letter. So that would be the letter the, or sorry, the word the or the. And the next thing we can do is we can do the same thing for all these blocks. So the third letter or character is going to be shifted around to the front, to the first letter. So here, the A is going to go to the front. And so we very quickly find that we're forming some sort of message. So it says the flag is. So we could keep on doing this and then get the flag, but there are a couple of there's one more method we could do, but let's do this manually first. So the flag is pico CTF R5 5 6 5. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just shifting the last letter over to the position of the first letter for each one of these blocks. And then after this is all done, we can put the string together again. So the flag is pico CTF trans positioning is expensive. And this would be the flag right here. So we can go ahead and grab, well, we don't grab the entire thing. We just need to grab the flag. So this is the flag value right here. Then we go over to the picoctf webpage, we submit the flag, and then we're done. So there's one more way we could do this. We could do this with Python as well. So let's go ahead and let's get out of here. And we can start up a new nano text editor with transposition. So we're going to call it tr, let's see, transposition trial, tpt.py. Okay, and we're going to grab our Python code from the GitHub page over here. And this is for challenge number 3, picoctf transposition trial. And we've got the code. So the code in this case is actually a lot easier to explain, and we'll just do a short explanation before we run the code. So what's going on in this code? So we're going to define a function called rearrange blocks. So we know that every 3 characters in the ciphertext is a block, and we rearrange each block by moving the third character into the first position, and then it leaves incomplete blocks unchanged. Okay, so for each block in all of the blocks, if the length of the block is 3, then we set up a new block where it's going to be the third character in the block plus the second character in the block. No, sorry, the third character in the block plus the first character in the block plus the second character in the block. And this is how we move the blocks to make sure that the one at the back goes to the front. And then we append this to the new block, which is, where is new block? Where is new block? Where do they define new block? Anyways, so we're going to be processing a file. Game Boy, hello, nice to see you here from YouTube. Nice to see you. And then we're going to process the file. So when we process the file, this is another function. We're going to split the string into blocks. We're going to rearrange the blocks, and then we're going to concatenate the results and then print it out. So we're going to open up a file. It's going to ask you for a file name, and then we split the content up into blocks, or because we know that that the blocks are going to be 3 characters long. and then we run the rearrange blocks function on the blocks, and then as a final result, we join up all of the blocks together, and then we print it out. So when we do that, we can get our result. So let's go ahead and save out the script, and let's run the script. So tpt is going to ask for a file. So in this case, we're going to supply message.txt because this is the file that has the ciphertext in it. And Phantom Protocol says, I got to get into doing picoctf and over the wire to improve and test myself. Yeah, so picoctf and over the wire are great platforms for learning about cybersecurity, and they're pretty beginner friendly, and there's a lot of people covering those challenges. So if you get stuck, you can always look up the solution pretty easily. You don't need to feel bad about looking up solutions when you're starting out, or even when you're not starting out. If you tried a lot and you weren't able to get the answer, you can look up the answer because, well, maybe I should give a caveat. So the caveat is if you did a lot of research and you tried to get the answer as best you could, but you still weren't able to get it, then you can look up the solution, because the alternative is not solving the challenge and not learning anything, and that's not what you want to do. But anyways, let's go ahead and supply this file to the script, and this is what it does. So it splits up all the blocks. So every 3 letters is going to be a block, and it outputs all the blocks here, and then it rearranges the blocks. So it sets each one of the third characters from the original block, and it shifts this to the front, and then it reassembles the blocks, and then we get the plain text message over here. So the plain text message is, the flag text is picoctf something something. So we can just copy this. Then we can go over to the challenge and paste it in, and then we're done. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our summary of today's class, and then we will finish for the day. Or we'll finish the class for the day. We're still going to be streaming, but we're going to be streaming some other stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead. So let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in this workshop. So we learned about the Vigenère cipher. The Vigenère cipher is a type of symmetrical substitution cipher where each character is substituted according to its relation to a key, which is a word or a phrase. We learned about the rail fence cipher. The rail fence cipher is a transposition cipher where the plaintext contents remain the same, but it is rearranged according to a specific system. So the rail fence cipher is it's not too bad of a method of encryption, especially if the message is long enough so that you can use many rails. But another thing is that computers can brute force this as well. So if you have any message, you could just brute force for 1 rail, 2 rails, 3 rails. Actually, you know what? On second thought, this isn't a very good method of encryption. I'd rather do the Vigenère cipher to do encryption rather than the rail fence, because the rail fence is much more easily brute forced. Let's see. Phantom Protocol says, "Thank you. I will schedule a time next week to start doing them in the evening. I have to go now, but continue what you're doing." Thank you. Thank you very much, Phantom Protocol. Let's go ahead and give you a Hack the Planet, and we'll see you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Gameboy says, "Time to decrypt Zodiac code." Zodiac code. I'm sure somebody has made some sort of cipher based on the Zodiac, but I'm not too sure about that. All right, so what's next? So in the next HackerFrogs After School Cryptography Workshop, we're going to take a look at a very important concept for cryptography, which is the XOR math operation. So some people say it's XOR, some people say it's XOR, but this is a very important thing that we're going to be taking a look at next time. So please look forward to that, And with that, we're going to finish out our class on cryptography for the day. So we're going to keep on streaming because we've got a few more things to do today. We're going to be doing some Python scripting. We're going to be learning how to create vulnerable binaries using the C programming language. And we're also going to be doing a Windows hacking exercise. But right now, I just need to take a little break to finish the class over on Zoom. So everybody on Twitch and YouTube, we're just going to take a little break for a couple of minutes, but we'll be back in just a little bit. But I just need to finish the class on Zoom. Okay, so everybody enjoy the Be Right Back screen and the music. We'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, everybody, we're back, and we're going to be continuing on with the stream. So let's, before we continue on, let me go ahead and put on some different music, because I'm all about playing a little bit of music when we are not doing our official classes. Let's see. Nathan says, "Thank you for doing all this. See you at B-Sides Vancouver." So if anybody doesn't know, I'm part of the local cybersecurity community over in Vancouver, and we're going to be doing a convention or a conference over the weekend. It's going to be on Sunday and Monday, and I'm going to be there. I'm going to be doing a little workshop. It's going to be a lot of fun, and yeah. So that also means we're not going to be doing a stream on Monday, unfortunately. But I will be at the conference, and it's going to be, well, it's going to be a blast. Okay. So let me go ahead and put on some music, and then we will get going with the next part of the stream. Second in Mind says, "Sweet, yeah. If you have an opportunity to go to..." Second in Mind says, "Our B-Sides in Tampa is getting pretty huge." Awesome. Good to hear. Good to hear. So if you have an opportunity to go to a local cybersecurity conference, please do so, because it's the best way to meet people who are doing cybersecurity. Whether they be students or professionals or other people who are enthusiastic about cybersecurity. Sigma says, "Buying my plane ticket to Vancouver right now." Well, you might see me there if you attend the conference. Sick in the Mind says, "Oh, you had John Hammond. Yeah. I think I heard about that. I don't know if it was you, Sick in the Mind, or if it was somebody else. Somebody else said that they were in at the B-Sides in Florida. I don't. Well, maybe there's more than one person from Florida in this stream. But anyways, let's get on with the what we're doing for today, and we're going to be doing some Python scripting today. So we're trying to get better at Python. We're going to be using Python to do some CTF exercise stuff, and we're going to be using the hackmyvm.eu website. So hackmyvm.eu is another great cybersecurity platform where you can learn about all sorts of great hacking stuff, and they have some programming challenges over here, and the programming challenges is called HMV Labs Temperance, and for anybody who's interested in joining along with us, this is the link for it over here. All right, so I think we finished up until level 4, the 4th level of the game in the last session. But let's go ahead and go over to level 5. So what's going on in this level of the game? It says, hold on, I think we might have done. Okay, I think we stopped over here at level 4. So let's go over what's going on in this. Oh, the music is a bit loud. Let me turn it down. Let's go over what's going on in this level of the game. So in this level of the game, it's level 4. In this mission, it says, in this mission, you will receive a string, and you must return it in reverse. So, for example, when you contact the server and it gives you this string, crazy, 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 you have to reverse the string and then send it back. So let's figure out how to do that. So let's see. I think we've been covering this over at our walkthroughs. So we got walkthroughs for HackMyVM and HackMyVM Labs, Temperance, and the last one we completed was level 3. So what we're doing with each one of these levels is we're taking the Python script that we did for the last level and we're modifying it. So if you want to take a look at the script we're going to be using to do this level, then you can. Hold on. Let me go ahead and. So this is level 3. Let me get the link for that. Shadow says, "Where's the link to that game?" Let me go ahead and get the link for you. So you'll need an account over at the website hackmyvm.eu, but the account is free, so you don't have to worry about paying for anything. But yeah, this is the link for the level that we're doing right now. So let me go ahead and grab the raw file, and then we'll create it over in the temp directory. So I'm just going to call this level x04.py, and then we'll paste in the code. So, oh, okay, I don't know. I've got the wrong stuff. Sorry. This is the wrong thing. This was a lot of stuff. Anyways, get rid of all this. Let's get the. Let me close some of these tabs because they're getting in the way. Okay, so let me copy the raw file and then we will paste it in. Okay, great. So before we get underway, we'll talk about what exactly is going on in the script that we're going to be using to solve the challenges. So we import the socket module. So the socket module in Python is the module that we use to connect to networking ports, and well, basically networking ports that aren't associated with a very well-known service, and basically arbitrary ports. And Gameboy says port 9988. That's true. This is the port that we're going to be communicating on for this game. We need to supply the socket with a host and a port. And in this case, the host is going to be temperance.hackmyvm.eu. And the port is going to be this port right here, 9988. The first thing we do is we create a socket object. So in the socket module, we can create an object in the socket class. And we do it with this code right here. So socket.socket, socket.afnet, socket.sockstream as s. So we create the socket object and then we rename it to the variable s. So s is a socket object. So we can do s.connect because it's been renamed, and then we need to supply the host and the port. This lets us connect to the server. So the next thing we do is we're going to retrieve the data from the server. So the data variable here is going to be equal to receiving data, so s.receive, and we're going to get 1024 bytes. So we're going to print whatever we receive from the server here. We're also going to print out receiving intro. So this is the intro message from the level, and we need to select the level that we want to access for the game, and we do that by sending a string. Well, it's not a string, it's bytes. So in this case, we need to send it to level 4. So this is the string that we send for level 4. So this is s.send, s.receive. These are different actions we can do with the socket object. It's very straightforward. The next thing we do is we receive the challenge from the server. So the second packet of data that we're going to get from, well, the second set of data that we're going to get from the server is going to be whatever the challenge says. So in this case, the challenge says, where is it? The challenge says that it's going to send a string. So we're going to get a string, and we need to send it in reverse to finish the challenge. So when we do these challenges, what we need to do is we need to prototype, or we need to test. We need to test each one of these steps so that we make sure that everything is going okay. So what we can do in this script is right after we receive the challenge, we're going to end it right there. And we're just going to quote out everything else in the script just to make sure that this part works first. So we're just going to give the triple quote, the triple single quote, we're going to put it at the beginning and the end of the script. So that's going to make sure that only this part of the script is going to run. So we're just going to save this out, and then we're going to run this script. So Python level 04.py. So what this should do is it should communicate with the server with level 4. It's x04. Okay. So this is what we get. So we communicated with the server. We received the intro, which was this. So the reason why everything is prepended with the B over here is because everything that we receive when we use the socket object is going to be bytes, and this is very important when we interact with the challenge in the future, because we receive bytes, but a lot of the functions that we're going to be using don't work on bytes. So we need to convert the bytes to something else before we start messing around with this data. So we know this works, and what we need to do, actually, you know what? I'm going to split this up into two windows. So we're going to have one window which runs the Python, and then the other window is going to have our code. So let me just start up another terminal. Okay. Yeah, this works. Okay. So let's go into the temp directory, and let's use nano to edit this file. Okay, so this is level 4, and we've gotten up to this point. So we received the challenge over here. The next thing we need to do is we need to find some way to reverse this. And how do we do that in Python? I think we need to print something in reverse. Let me see if I can come up with this. So the next thing we need to do is we need to convert the bytes into a string. So when Python doesn't work with can Python reverse bytes? I'm not completely sure about that. But we're going to convert the bytes into a string, and then we can do some stuff with strings. So this is what we're going to do. Let's see. So data 2 is what we got from the server. This. What we need to do is convert it to a string. Gambit Rashalal. Hello, this is my first time in chat. Can you briefly explain what you're doing? So we're doing a programming challenge to try to understand Python a little bit better, and we're doing some challenges from this website right here. So if you want to join in, you can go ahead and go to this website. It's hackmyvm.eu. Okay, so convert the bytes into a string. So we're just going to do data to, what is it called? It's called decode. So we decode it into UTF-8. And we're going to call this, we're just going to call this a data string. And we're just going to check that this is that this went through correctly by printing it out. So we're going to print the data string. We're going to save this out. Let's see, write out is going to be Control-O. Okay, and then let's run the script over on this side. Okay, so we did convert this into a string successfully. That's great. And Dagger RB says, hey Dagger RB, nice to see you here. Let's give you a nancat. Okay, so we just successfully converted this these bytes into a string, and what are we going to do next? So convert the bytes into a string, and then we need to reverse the string. So to reverse the string, we're going to do, let's see, string reverse. We're going to make a little variable. It's going to be equal to data string, and I think, let me look this up real quick. Python print string in reverse. How to reverse a string in Python. Okay, so it says here, okay. So we need to do indexing. So string indexing, we're going to index it by -1, and that's going to be the opposite. So it's going to take this format right here. Let me just copy this format, and we'll apply it here. So let's see, reverse string equals data string index -1. And then let's try printing that out. So string reverse. And I guess what we could do here is we could also print some other messages that let us know what's going on. So in this case, we're going to print this is the, this is the string, and then we do a new line, and then we print out data string. And then we can just get rid of this. After that, we reverse the string. So string reverse, we're going to print out sorry if this seems a little bit messy. Just trying to make sure that everything's printed out and we're commenting everything correctly. Let's see, we're going to print this is the string in reverse. This is the string in reverse, and then we got string reverse. Okay, let's go ahead and save this out, and then we can test to see if this works. Okay, so we're gonna run the script one more time. Okay, so it says this is the string in reverse. Ah, okay. We need to add a line break over there. Let's do that. So we're just gonna add a little line break so that it looks nice. Clear, run it again. Okay, so receiving challenge, these bytes over here, this is the string. So we convert it into string. This is the string in reverse. So we printed the, oh, it didn't put it on a new line. Hold on. Why didn't it put it on a new line? Let's save that out. Okay, now it puts it on a new line. That's great. Okay, so this is the string in reverse, and the last thing we need to do is we need to convert the string into bytes so that we can send it to the server. So the next step is convert the reverse string into bytes. So the reason why we're converting the string into bytes is because the socket only sends bytes, and we can't send a string via the socket object. So let's see. So reverse bytes is going to be equal to string reverse, but dot encoded from UTF-8. Okay, and then we'll print this out. Print out the reverse bytes. With the new line, and these are the reverse bytes. Okay, so let's sorry, I just want to make sure that everything looks nice. Okay, let's save that out, and then let's give that a try. So save, and then here. Okay, this is good. So we receive the challenge. This is the string. This is the string in reverse, and these are the reverse bytes. And then we need to send this to finish the challenge. So we can get rid of the quotes over here, and then what are we doing? So convert the string into bytes. We can get rid of this step over here because we're not doing base64. We're going to send the challenge back. So we're going to send s.send. It's going to be the reverse bytes. Reverse bytes. And then after that's done, we should receive the flag. Okay, let's save this. And then let's run the script. Okay, it worked. We received the challenge, these bytes, then we convert it into a string, and then we reverse the string, and then these are the reverse bytes. We send them over, and then we receive the flag. Flag is going to be HMV rev rev rev. Let's go ahead and submit this to finish the challenge. Okay, so over here, there's a flag submission field at the top of the page. It's going to paste in the flag, and it's going to tell us we've submitted the flag in the past. We have submitted the flag in the past, but that's fine. So let's go ahead and move on to the next level. Okay, so you know what? Before we move on to the next level, let me go ahead and record this. So we're just going to cat. Okay. Let me copy this. We'll save it to our GitHub. So remember, everybody, So we've actually got this recorded already, but I think I like this version better. So I'm just going to replace whatever we have here with the current version, which is this. Okay, we'll commit those changes. And if you're wondering what the script looks like on the GitHub, this is the link. Okay, let's move on to level number 5. So this is level number 5. So what do we need to do in this level? So in this mission, you will receive a string, and you must return the last 5 characters. So last 5 characters, this looks like we're doing more string indexing, if we're doing this in Python. So if you're not doing this in Python, here's the thing, you can do these challenges with any programming language you want. You could do it in Python, you could do it in C, you could do it in Java, you could do it in assembly if you really wanted to. But this is it's a good way to challenge yourself as far as programming is concerned. Gameboy says, I do it in C++. Yeah, you could go ahead and do it in C++. And if you can solve the challenges with whatever programming language you want, then it's a good exercise. Okay, so let's see. If we get this input over here, I don't know why I'm doing this stuff, then you would send back the stuff, the last 5 characters, and that's how you'd solve this level. So let's go ahead and set this up over at the coding window. So we've got our code over here, and we're gonna actually, let's copy this over. So we're gonna copy whatever we had for level 4, and we're gonna call the new file level 5. Okay, so now we're going to edit level 5, and we're gonna do this like we did the previous level. We're gonna workshop this. So everything's going to be the same over here, except that we're going to send level 5 instead of level 4. And then we receive the challenge. That's going to be the same. So everything after this, we're going to do some we're just going to comment everything out, and we're going to make sure that we're going to do this step by step. So the first thing we need to do is receive the challenge, then print the challenge. After that, we're going to figure out how we're going to do the rest of the challenge. So we're just going to save this, and then we're going to run the script. So Python level 5. Okay, so we received this string. So if we receive this string, we need to, well, okay, this isn't a string, these are bytes. If we receive these bytes, we need to convert this into a string, and then we need to get a variable that is only the last 5 characters. So 1, 2, 3, well, okay, these are 5 characters. So 5 characters, we need to convert this into bytes, and then we need to send it back to the server to complete the challenge. So this is what we're going to do. The first thing we need to do is we need to convert the bytes into a string. That's what we're going to do here. So convert the bytes into a string, data string. We're going to decode it into UTF-8 format, and then we're going to print out this is the string. Okay. And the next thing after that is we're not going to reverse the string. Instead, we're going to let's see. Grab only the last 5 characters of the string. And how do we do that? Sorry, I need to quote this out. So grab only the last 5 characters of the string. So that's going to be so how do we do this string indexing? I kind of forget. Let's see. So it's going to be the data string. No, we probably need to change the variable names too. Okay, so this variable is going to be called last five string. Tatso95, you've been here before. It says nano, why? Because nano is the easiest text editor to teach new students. So that's why I do most of my stuff in nano. It's also because I don't do very much coding, and I understand how stuff like NeoVim is better if you do a lot of coding, but I don't do a lot of coding. But welcome to the stream, Tatso. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the last five string is going to be data string. So start at -1, and then start at -1, end at -5, right? Start at -1, end at -5. That's going to be... Anyways, we'll print out the message. These are the last 5 characters. These are the last 5 characters, and we're going to print out last 5 string. Okay, let's see if this works. I haven't done string indexing in a while. Let's see if this is the correct format. These are the last 5 characters, nothing appears. You could just do -5 to the end of the string. Oh, -5 to the end of the string. Okay, so what is it? It's going to be -5 to the end of the string. Okay, let's save that. I honestly have to... Okay, this is only the last... This is only the last character. Wait, is this the last character? No, this is... Okay. Hold on. Okay, so the end of the string, so this is... I think we need to go in reverse, right? Let me just look this up real quick. So this is where your Google foo skills are going to come in real handy. How to print last 5 characters in string Python. So you can't avoid using AI because Google uses AI when you type something in, when you type in a question. Let's see. Get last n characters of a string Python. Okay, this probably looks like what we want. So let's see. It's going to be -n. Oh, we need the colon. Okay. I think somebody mentioned that. 0 null. Thank you. It's going to be -n and then colon. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So it's not colon -5, it's -5 colon. Okay, let's save this out and let's run the script again. Okay, so these are the last 5 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that works. Thank you very much, Game Boy. I see your code. Thank you. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to convert this thing into bytes. Because we can't send a string, we have to send bytes. So we're just going to comment this out. So convert the convert the string into bytes, and we're going to call this reverse bytes. So the reverse bytes is going to be last 5 string, and we're going to encode that. And these are the last 5 bytes. We're going to send, this shouldn't be called reverse bytes. This should be called last 5 bytes. Let's change that. Okay, and then before we send this, let's just do one last check. Okay, we're going to write that out. Okay, so these are the last 5 characters. These are the last 5 bytes. So this looks like it's working. All we need to do is we need to send the challenge back, and then we can receive the flag. So let's go ahead and finish off this code. So we're just going to get rid of these, get rid of the comments, and we got ads. We got ads running on Twitch, so we add them on YouTube as well. And let's put on some birds. I seem to have missed out on. I seem to have missed out on the ads earlier. I apologize for that. Okay, so this is actually pretty recent, and it's a very fun bird video because we've got the mama bird over here feeding the baby bird, and yeah, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Just going to take a little water break. So the way we know that these birds have a parent-child relationship is that when the baby bird sees, well, okay, it's not a baby bird, it's a fledgling bird. When the fledgling bird sees the parent, it will flap its wings to let the parent know that it wants food. So you'll see that when the parent faces the fledgling bird, it's going to start flapping its wings to let the parent know that it wants food. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's continue on the lesson. It is a very a very sweet video. Anyways, all right. So what we need to do is we need to send the last 5 bytes and then receive the flag. So let's go ahead and send last 5 bytes. Okay, we write that out, and then we run the script. Okay, so everything worked. So we received the challenge from the server, we convert it into a string, and then we get only the last 5 characters over here, and then we convert those last 5 characters into bytes. We send it over to the server, and then we receive the flag. This is the flag. Awesome, awesome. Let's go ahead and submit this to the website. So we're just going to paste this in, submit the flag. It's going to say that we submitted this in the past. We have, but we're finished. Let's go ahead and save this out. And let's copy this over to GitHub. Okay, and over here. So we already have a version of level 5 over here. I've actually completed up to level 22 or level 23, but I did it such a long time ago that I need to reteach myself how to solve these levels. So this is level 5. I think I like the version that we wrote here better. So I'm just going to replace this. Let's grab all this. Get rid of it all, and then we'll paste in what we just wrote, commit those changes, and we're done. Okay, let's move on to the next level. Game Boy said, did they update the levels? I don't think they've updated the levels. This is... I think they have 32 levels in the game, but I've only completed the levels up until level 22. But let's go ahead and go over to the next level. It's going to be level number 6. So level 6, it says, in this mission you will receive a string and you must return its length as a string, not an integer. Okay, so if we receive this string over here, we need to count the number of characters in it, and then we need to return the number as a string. I guess not as a string, but as a byte representation of the number. Kind of complicated. Anyways, let's go ahead and start the level. So over here, we got level 4 and level 5. Let's copy this over, and we'll call this level number 6. Then let's edit the level. Okay, so everything's going to be the same in the first few steps. We need to make sure that we're sending our level 6 message to the server, and then we need to receive the challenge. So after we receive the challenge, we're going to comment everything out. And we're going to make sure that everything is working up until this point. So we're just going to write this out, and then we're going to run the script. So this is level 6. Okay, so it looks like it's a really long string right here, and we need to return the number of characters that we received. I guess what we're going to do is we need to convert this. We could probably use the length. Is it a method? Or is it a function? I don't remember. I think it's a function. So the len function, we're going to use that on this, but we need to convert this into a string first. So let's go ahead and do that. So over at the code, we need to convert the bytes into a string. So data string is going to be data to decode into UTF-8, and this is the string. And that's going to be fine. The next step is we're going to run the len function to get the length of the string. Okay, and that's going to be string length. So string length is going to be equal to data string, but we run the len function on it. And we're going to print out a message. This is the length of the string. And we're going to print out string length. Okay, let's go ahead and test this out. Okay, over here we're going to run it again. Oh, we forgot to write it out. Sorry. So in this window we need to write it out, and then we need to run it again. Yeah, okay, this works. So we received the challenge, a bunch of bytes. We converted it into a string, and then we got the length of the string. Okay. The last thing we need to do is we need to convert this into bytes, and then we need to send it back to the server so we can finish the challenge. So this is what we're going to do. we're going to unquote this. We're going to convert the string into bytes. So we're just going to call this length bytes, and it's going to be equal to string length but we're going to encode it from UTF-8 into bytes. And we're going to print out the message. This is the length in bytes. And we're going to print out length bytes. Okay, so we're just going to make sure that this works before we send this off to the challenge and complete it. So write this out, then run the script again. Oh. Int object has no attribute in code. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? So the length function actually returns an integer object. So the integer type. So this right here, string length, this is an integer. So we need to convert this into we need to convert this into a string first before we can convert it into bytes. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're just going to stick this this string in front of len data string, and then this is going to work, or at least I hope it's going to work. We'll find out in just a second. Okay, let's run the script. Okay, it works. So this is the length of the string, 87, and this is the length in bytes. So, well, length in bytes, that's kind of a misnomer. It's a bit confusing. But these are the bytes that we're going to send over the socket. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to send this challenge back, and then we'll be finished with this level. Okay, so sending challenge, we're going to send length bytes. And that should be it. Let's write this out. Okay, it worked. So we receive the challenge, this string right here. Then we convert the string, the bytes. These are the bytes. We convert the bytes into a string here. We get the length of the string, which is 77, and we convert that into a string. Then we convert that string into bytes, and then we send it over to the server, and we receive the flag. Okay, great. Let's save the flag, or copy the flag rather, and then let's go ahead and submit the flag. Okay, we're done. Okay. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to save this. We're going to save the script over to our GitHub. So this was level 6. I'm just going to save all of my updated scripts instead. I'm going to save them over what I already have because I like this stuff more, and this stuff is fresher in my mind. Okay, so this is level number 6. Go ahead and get rid of what's already here. Paste in the new stuff and commit the changes. So I want to emphasize that every time we do some cybersecurity exercises, we really need to document what we're doing or keep some notes, because if they say in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So you really need to keep track of this stuff because you'll want to look back at your notes often and frequently, especially when you run into problems that are similar to stuff that you did in the past. Let's do one more level before we finish off for the day. So the next level is going to be level number 7 over here. And what are we doing in level number 7? So in this mission, you will receive a string in hexadecimal format. You must return it converted to ASCII. Oh, okay. So we're going to get in a hexadecimal string. and we need to convert it into ASCII before we send it back. So Game Boy says most of the people put notes when they do their coding. Yeah, we try to comment our code as best we can. So for example, we got all these notes over here. So receive the flag, send the challenge back, convert the string into bytes, and so on. So let's go ahead and create the new file. We're going to call this level 7. A bit predictable, I know, but you know what? You got to do what makes sense. Okay, let me see if I can change the music a little bit. Let's play some... Faster Than Light. You know, one of these days, I should play some Faster Than Light on stream. Maybe one day. Okay, so we just copied our level 6 into level 7. Let's go ahead and edit that file. So this is going to be level 7.py. And what are we doing here? So we need to make sure that we're sending the correct bytes to the server to select level number 7. Nullsec says, "Where's the hip hop? Where's the hip hop, or the hippo hop?" I'm not sure. I don't know if I can find any hip hop music that's not going to get flagged by YouTube. Most of the time, I'm just playing video game music that doesn't get me flagged, is what I do. Okay, so we're selecting level number 7, and then we're going to receive the initial challenge from the server in the following code. Okay, so we're just going to comment everything out here. We're going to be making sure that each one of these steps works while we're doing the challenge. Let's run this script here. It was a frog joke. It was a frog joke. Thank you. And you know what? Let me give you the frog song. Thank you, Nullsec. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go ahead and run the script and see if we receive the challenge correctly from the server. Oh, did I not? I didn't quote this out correctly. Well, no. Actually, I didn't write this out. That's why that happened. So I just need to make sure I'm saving this stuff while I'm working on it. Okay, let's run that again. Okay, so we do get our hexadecimal string here, and we need to convert the hexadecimal string into ASCII. And I'm pretty sure there's let's see, which function does that in Python? I need to look this up. So Python convert hex to ASCII. Oh, bin ASCII. Yeah, that's correct. Grout, you're correct. I'm pretty sure. Convert ASCII string encoded in hex to plain ASCII. So what is it called? What is the syntax? It is, well, it says decode hex. I'm looking for bin ASCII. Hex to string. Well, there's a converter here. Bytes.fromHex. Yeah, I think it is bytes.fromHex. How do you convert hex into ASCII in Python? Import bin ASCII, okay. And then the first thing we need to do is import bin ASCII. So let's do that. So we'll do that up here. Import bin ASCII. And then the next thing we need to do is what? Multiple ways to do it. Yeah, probably. So let's see. Is it from bytes? bin ASCII from hex, right? bytes.from hex. Yeah, so we do bytes.from hex on whatever it is, and this should get the job done. Okay, let's go back. So we import bin ASCII, and then we need to convert the bytes into ASCII, right? So we're going to call this data ASCII. It's going to be data2 dot bytes dot from hex, and then we're going to print that out. Bin ASCII unhexify using bin ASCII, otherwise you don't need to import bin ASCII. Oh, Game Boy is Game Boy is ahead of the game. Ahead of the game. Let's see if this works. So print this is the hex converted into ASCII, and we're going to print out data ASCII. Okay, let's write that out, and let's run the script. Oh, okay. So bytes object has no attribute bytes. What went wrong here? Oh, okay. So maybe it's just data dot from hex. Yeah. Okay, let's write that out, and let's run that again. So bytes from hex takes exactly one argument, 0 given. Do we need to specify ASCII? Maybe we can specify UTF-8 over here and write that out. Non-hexadecimal number found in okay, so this is, well, I mean, this is hex. These are hex bytes. These are hex bytes. We want to convert the hex bytes into ASCII. Convert hex bytes to ASCII. Oh, Python. Okay, so we got some AI stuff over here. ASCII string unhexify, decode. Bin ASCII unhex. Okay, let's try this one instead. Wait, this. Oh, do we need to turn this into a string first? Because this takes in a string. Okay, well, let's go ahead and convert it to a string first. Okay, so convert the bytes into a string. Convert the hex bytes into a string. Convert hex bytes into a string. So let's see, it's going to be data string equals data2 decode UTF-8. And we're going to print out this is the hex converted into a string. It's called data2 data string. Data string. Okay, let's write that out and then let's run the script again. Okay, so we got the bytes, we convert the hex bytes into string, and then we can convert it into convert the hex string. Convert the hex string into ASCII. Okay, and what are we doing here? So we're going to do string, we call this string ASCII. String ASCII equals data string, and what was that command? Unhexify? Bin ASCII unhexify decode ASCII. Okay. Seems a bit long, but sure. We need to put this in what is it called? Data string. Okay, and then we're going to print this is the hex string converted to ASCII. And what was the variable called again? String ASCII. Okay. Let's test this out. Write it out, then run the script again. Okay, this works. This works. So the last thing we need to do is we need to convert this from a string back into bytes, and then we can send it back to the server to complete the challenge. Okay. So convert the string into bytes. So we're going to call this, we're just going to call this data bytes. And this is going to be equal to string ASCII. And we're going to decode .decode .encode into UTF-8. And we're going to print out the message. This is the string converted to bytes. And this is called data bytes. And then we're going to send it back. Hold on. So we're going to do this one last test before we send this back to the challenge server to complete the level. So we're just going to write this out. We're going to run the script. Okay. So it looks like it was converted over to bytes correctly. Great. And let's finish the level by sending it back. So this is going to be send data bytes. Write this out. Okay, finished. Great. So we received the challenge in the form of this hexadecimal string. Then we convert the hexadecimal string. Sorry, these are hexadecimal bytes. We convert the hexadecimal bytes into a string over here, and then we convert the hexadecimal string into ASCII over here. Then we convert the ASCII string into bytes. We send the bytes, and then we receive the flag, which is this over here. Okay, let's submit the flag to finish the level. All right, submit the flag up here. It says we've submitted this in the past. That's okay. All right, let's go ahead and finish out the level by copying over the script over to our GitHub. I'm just going to grab this and then go over to GitHub. And this will be level number 7. We're just going to get rid of what's already here because this is more fresh, and I think I like this version more. Okay, let's save this out. Done. Okay, all right. Let's start the next part of today's stream. So, what are we doing in the next part of today's stream? In the next part of today's stream, we're gonna be doing some we're gonna be writing some vulnerable binaries for binary hacking, and we're just gonna do a little bit of experimentation, figuring out what makes these binaries vulnerable, and well, I think we can keep this. We can keep this format over here. We've got our code window on this side, and we've got our other window over here. Maybe, I don't know. So we're gonna grab, let's go ahead and grab a sample. So picoctf. So picoctf, let's grab the C source code from a binary hacking challenge, and then we're just gonna take a look at what the code looks like. We got ads running on Twitch, so we also have ads running on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds, because we're taking a little break while the ads happen, so we don't have anybody missing anything. So enjoy the birds. We will be back in just about a minute or so. Gameboy says, teach them to bring you some cash or Bitcoin. I don't... I've never thought about training these birds, but I think it's illegal to train birds to steal. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what the laws are over here. Let's go ahead and put the birds away, and we will get back to the hacking. Okay, we're at picoctf here. Let's go ahead and do some practice. Let's log in. So we're just gonna grab, not to steal. Of course, we don't steal. Never steal, but lost money on the street. That's hard. It's hard to teach a bird what's not stealing, what is stealing, and what's not stealing. Anyways, let's go ahead and look up some stuff in the binary hacking category. So the context is key as far as what is stealing, what's not stealing. Looks like picoctf is acting a little finicky. Hold on. Okay, so we got a bunch of challenges over here. I think the easiest challenge that we could work with is gonna be, I think it's called Buffer Overflow 1. Okay, control the return address. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So we're not going to be solving this challenge. We're just going to be taking a look at the source code. So the source code is over here. We're going to take a look at the source code. We're going to see if we can compile our own binary, and let's take a look at the binary over here, or at the source code rather. So what's going on over here? So, maybe we'll go back to just one window right now. Okay, so we got the C code. We've got our buffer size. So the buffer size in this case is going to be 32 bytes. The flag size is going to be a maximum of 64 bytes. And we've got our win function here. So it's the win function defines the buffer, and the buffer is going to be flag size. So flag size is 64. So there's going to be a maximum of 64 bytes for memory for the buffer for flag size. This doesn't. Well, I mean, this isn't how we actually take advantage of the binary. We need to take advantage of the binary by abusing this. So this is what is actually vulnerable inside of this C code. So what was it? DETSEES, DESTEES, DESTEES. Is that how you pronounce your name? Let me know how. Let me know how. Welcome to the stream, and why don't you have a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so what are we doing over here? So the vulnerable function that is being used in the C code is the gets function right here. So the gets function is going to get user input, and then it's going to save it to the buff variable over here. So the buff variable is just a bunch of characters, and it's going to have a maximum memory size of buff size, and buff size is 32. So if we send more than 32 bytes, that's going to result in a buffer overflow, and that's why this particular code is vulnerable. And it looks like it's running this function right here, get return address. So where is get return address defined? Is get return address a regular, like a standard function inside of C? Let me check. So it doesn't look like... Oh, you know what? Get return address might be SASX. Thank you very much for following on YouTube or subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Why don't you have oh gosh, what do we have? We've got go to hack, everybody. Is that not... I kind of forget. Hold on. Redeem. Go to... Oh, I forgot. I misspelled it. So
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
remember, everybody, you don't get to hack if you misspell things. So the most important skill that a hacker has to have is the ability to spell correctly. Okay, what were we doing? So I think... So it could be that one of these other libraries in here has the get return address function. You know what? I'm gonna ask the AI what it thinks about this. let me just copy this. Let me ask about this. Okay, so this is the question. In this code, where is the get return address function defined? Post in the code. GradXC says, spending the whole past period spotting the typos in my about to retire professor's commands, it was a tiring time. You know what? You could have. I'm not gonna. Maybe we could advocate feeding this kind of stuff to the LLM to see if it can spot errors. It might be. It might be a good use of your time. Get return address function is not defined in the visible portion of the code. However, there's a few possibilities where it might come from. So it could be in the included header asm.h. asm.h, include asm.h suggests that the get return address is likely defined in this custom header file, which probably contains architecture-specific assembly code to retrieve the return address from the stack. Okay. So it might look like this. So maybe we'll take a look at another. Maybe we'll take a look at another binary instead. Nullsec says, I'm a terrible speller and I manage. You get good at deciphering the error codes. Yeah. The other thing is figuring out what went wrong when you encounter error messages. So we presume that this code is imported via asm.h. And its purpose is to leak the return address for debugging and hacking purposes. So how would we... Maybe instead of this, we'll take a look at another exercise. Because we don't have access to that code. So let's see. Maybe we'll try... So buffer overflow 0, this is... Okay, this one is actually simpler than the previous one, so maybe we can start with this one here. So let's grab the source code there, and let's download it. So we're just going to get rid of the previous one, and then download this new code. Okay, I think in this case, it's much. This is a much simpler piece of code. So we've got a flag, and we've got our flag over here. It's a maximum of 64 bytes, and we also have this sig v handler. So sig v handler is going to be handling what happens when the program is given a segmentation fault. So segmentation faults are errors that occur when the program tries to access an illegal memory space. And in this case, it's going to print out the flag, and then it's going to flush the standard out, and then it's going to exit. So we need to identify which function in this code is the vulnerable. Well, okay. This function is the vulnerable function because this gets us our flag. But what gets this to trigger? The reason why this gets to trigger is because we use this function. So this is a vulnerable C function. It's the gets function. And the gets function is going to save something. It's going to save user input to the buff1 variable. And the buff1 variable is, well, it's not, is it defined? Oh, okay. Buff1 is a string. So buff1 is a string with a maximum of 100 bytes of memory. GredXT says spam a bazillion A's to input to trigger segfault and handler. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the good thing that the thing that we know is that there are specific memory sizes that are defined in the C code here. So the flag size is 64. Oh, you know what? You know what's really funny about this is that buff is defined as 100 bytes over here, but this is going to be passed over to the vuln function. So gets is going to be saved to buff1, but buff1 is also going to be referenced by the vuln function, and the vuln function. Can you show the full code, please? Yeah, you know what? If you want to take a look at this code yourself, you can download it from this link. Let me get the link. So this is the link. I'll make the code a little bit smaller so that you can see more of it. Okay, so what were we talking about? We were talking about the vuln function. Where's the vuln function? The vuln function is here, and it references buff1. So buff1 is going to copy the input. So whatever was input, it's going to copy it to buff2, and buff2 only has 16 bytes of memory. So if you send more than 16 bytes to the binary, it's going to overflow the buffer. But just for reference, I'm going to download the binary, and we're going to demonstrate what happens if you send more than 16 bytes. Okay, let's save this out. Let's download the binary. Whoops. Okay, let's make the vulnerable binary executable. Game Boy has the right idea. You don't need to send nearly that many A's though. I think you only need to send about 16 A's. So let's run the thing. Oh, please create the flag.txt in this directory with your own debugging flag. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Let's echo. This is the HackerFrogs flag to flag.txt. Then run this thing. So the input, we only need to send more than 16 to overflow the buffer, because we saw the buffer size for the vuln2 function was 16. So that's 10. That's 16. So we can send 17. This will overflow the buffer, but the thing is that it doesn't actually overflow into any vulnerable, into anything that is being used by the program, which means we probably have to send increments of 4 bytes. So if we send, let's say we send 20 bytes. So we know that the buffer size is 16. If we send 20 bytes, then it'll cause a seg fault, or the segmentation fault, and then it will give us the flag. Okay, so now that we know that this is how the program works, we can try to create a program of our own that looks kind of like this. So first of all, let's get rid of the vulnerable binary, and we'll get rid of the duplicate file over here. Okay. Let's see. Game Boy says, will we use the debugger? Yeah, we're going to be using the debugger in just a little bit. A can't stop my typos tonight. You can be my therapist today. That sounds like it's from a song. It sounds like it's from some song. But anyways, welcome to the stream, Rogue Arzo. Oh, wait, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Let me know how to pronounce your name. RZO. Thank you, and have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
X5. Are we supposed to call you X5? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, so we've got this vuln.c binary over here, and we want to know how to compile this. So here's the thing. Compiling a vulnerable binary is actually more difficult than you think. If you try to compile this normally, it's going to be compiled with a bunch of memory protections, which means that we're not going to be able to hack this binary. So if we just run gcc vuln.c output vuln. What does it say here? Implicit declaration of function get egid. Why do we get these errors over here? Is it because we're not supposed to? No, it's not a song. Oh, Bruxo. I think I've seen you here before. Yeah, you come here before, right? Okay, so how do we compile this? We got these error messages. Hold on. Implicit declaration of function. Implicit declaration of this. Implicit declaration of function gets. Did you mean fgets? Hold on, let's take a look at the code. So where is the problem? So the problem is Okay, let's grab the code. We can try asking the AI for a little bit of help. So this is some code for a program I want to test. When I try to compile it, I get these errors. And then grab the errors. Where are those errors? Here they are. So if anybody knows C very well, let us know what's going on. Gameboy says include sys types H and include unistandard.h. Oh, is this missing? Is this missing stuff? Really? Okay, so what does it say? So the compilation error occurs because you're missing some required header files for the functions you're using. Here's how to fix your code. So we need okay. So Game Boy, you've got it correct. Using Windows. Never chatted live on YouTube ever before. It's fine. Name is okay. Nice to see you. I've subscribed. I'll let you continue. I'm Scottish. Oh, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Let's see. What should we call you? X5? Is X5 okay, or would you prefer something else? But welcome to the stream. Okay, so we need these two headers over here to compile correctly. So let's go ahead and add those. Alright, so let's go ahead and add those two over here. So this is, I'm kind of surprised because we got these, we got this source code file from picoctf, and I'm surprised that they don't give us, they omitted that stuff. Anyways, let's try to compile it again. Oh, what happened? Bruxo. Oh, okay, okay. It's a Portuguese name, Bruxo. I don't. Is that how you pronounce Brux? If you pronounce it some other way, let me know, because it's, sometimes names don't pronounce the way they're spelled. So we added this stuff. It could be that we don't have these headers here. So compilation command. It also says we added the missing headers, okay. We replaced gets with fgets. Why? I mean, we don't want to use fgets. We want to use the vulnerable version. Includes standard io.h. Okay, let's see if we can get this to work. So we got standard io.h, we've got standard lib.h, we've got string.h, we got signal.h. We need to add something else. idef if def win32. I wonder why we need to include those, because this, I mean, we're working from if def. Oh, no, that's not include, that's if def. Anyways, let's see if this works now. We might get another compilation error. Ah, it doesn't recognize this. Uploading a vid. I'm uploading a video for me. What are you talking? What kind of video are you talking about? But yeah, we still get some compilation errors when we try to use this. Are still receiving errors when we try to compile on Linux. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. We got some extra stuff here. Define GNU source. Here's a fully corrected version that will compile. Well, hopefully. Somehow I didn't think it would be I didn't think it would be this difficult. Okay. Gets must be replaced. It must be replaced. I mean, this is what makes the thing vulnerable, and we want to keep it vulnerable. I think maybe that's oh, really? Huh. Implicit declaration of function gets. Did you mean fgets? Okay, do we need to... Alright. We want to use the gets function specifically because we are testing binary hacking methods. It says the AI says, Okay, so since you specifically need gets for binary hacking practice, here's a version that will compile while keeping gets. Okay, what is different about this? It's going to be in the headers, right? It's just a Kali thing, maybe. So we need to use silences warnings about gets. So this is it, right? Okay, let's try this out. Nope, it still complains. Hate to compile in Kali. It's just a Kali thing. Wait, where could we compile this? Try the W flag in the error. W flag? Oh. Wait, do we actually do it like this? No, we don't do it like that either. Silences warnings about gets, disables buffer overflow protections, makes the stack vulnerable, disables stack canaries. So this is intentionally vulnerable code for education purposes only. Try W implicit. So what is it? Bird time. Yeah, we gotta put on some birds now. How about these birds? All right, everybody, we're going to take a 40-second break. We'll be back in just a little bit. Just need to have a little bit of water. So the W implicit from the compiler error, the text in red. Let me go ahead and W implicit function declaration. So do I just copy this? Okay, let me feed this to the AI. Maybe it'll let us know what's going on. Okay, we still have a compiler error. You know what? I'll just do what the AI says, and I'll just create another. I'll just create another source code file. Okay, so Nullsec says, do you use Claude? It's better with code. I've heard that. I've heard that Claude is better with code. Oh, we still get an error. Oh, it's a warning. So if it's a warning, that means we should... Yeah, okay, it compiled. All right, so here's the thing. this is what I want to illustrate. I want to illustrate how memory protections are actually, there's a lot of memory protections that are in place, and if we don't compile this very specifically, the memory protections are going to prevent the buffer overflow from happening. So let's go ahead and try it out and see if we can get the buffer overflow here. Okay, it worked. So in this case, the memory protections really didn't matter too much, but the AI here, it suggests that we run it, that we compile with a bunch of other flags over here, like exec stack or FNO stack protector, or what is it? FNO stack protector. I'm not too sure what this one is. What is this GCC parameter? Okay, so it disables stack canary protection. So the reason why this stuff doesn't matter is because the only thing that matters when we're triggering this buffer overflow is that we are doing a seg what is it called? Oh gosh, what is it called again? Segmentation fault. So when we're just doing a segmentation fault, it doesn't matter that the other memory protections are in place. It's not something that affects canaries or anything like that, or executable stack. It's just the segmentation fault that is going to get us the flag in this case. Disable stack canaries. Yeah. Okay, so man, we almost spent an hour on this already. Jeez, time sure is flying by. Okay, so what's another example that we could take a look at? You know what? So just for fun, let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like in the disassembler. And you know what? I think I've always wanted to do more work with Ghidra. I think Ghidra is... No, Ghidra's not installed by default. Huh. It used to be. I think we can install Ghidra on Kali Linux pretty easily. Okay, we need 585 megabytes. It's a pretty big program. Oh, we probably need to update it first. I think something's wrong with... Is there something wrong with the server? Most installs just do the top 10 tools, etc. Okay. They had to revoke it recently. Are you talking about Ghidra or something else? GradXT. Let us know. But you know what? If we can't use Ghidra, that's fine. We can always use good old Radare too. You need to add the repository. Kali repository signing key. Oh, really? Let me look this up real quick. Okay, new Kali Linux. Oh, really? Wow, this is very, very recent. What is this? So, bad news for Kali Linux users. In the coming days, apt update is going to fail for pretty much everyone out there. The reason is we need to roll a new signing key for the Kali repository. You need to download and install the new key manually. Here's the one-liner, okay? Now your Kali is ready to keep rolling. Sorry for the inconvenience. So what happened here? It's going to fail to update. You will likely see this error when you run apt-update. This is for everybody is entirely our fault. We lost access to the signing key of the repository, so we need to create a new one. At the same time, we froze the repository, so no one was impacted yet. Okay. So let's see. Game Boy says the best way is to use Parrot OS. You need the public key. Go get it. Just change to Parrot OS. I've been using Kali for a long time, and although I am interested in taking a look at in Parrot OS, I don't know if I'm going to be using it as my main cybersecurity distribution. There are a few reasons. Okay, so well, I mean, apparently all we need to do is do this command right here. So this is from Kali.org, so I think this should be okay. If it's not, if they're actually tricking us into downloading malware, that would be very ironic. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try this out. So does that mean we can install Ghidra now? Oh, it works now. Okay. Oh, somebody was trying to put something malicious in the repository. Is that it? Okay, so do we have Ghidra now? No, I don't think we do. What happened there? But yeah, I do want to use Ghidra because I want to teach, eventually I want to teach a reverse engineering, like just the basics of reverse engineering, because I've got all the other categories of cybersecurity CTF challenges covered already. So the last two courses that I want to develop are going to be the binary hacking and the reverse engineering courses. But the first thing I need to do is teach myself how to do binary hacking and reverse engineering. But let's see if we've got Ghidra. Okay, we got Ghidra now. All right. So if we go over to, let's just run Ghidra. Okay, great. Great. Let's see. GradXT says the benefits of staying up to date on cyber news. Yeah. Huh. What is this? View is invalid, something. Why is it crashing? Is it crashing? No, it's not crashing. That's good. Let's see. X5 says, I have people, no news. People, no news. MC25 is, you could also download Cutter for GUI of R2. So MC25, is there an easy way to update, to install Cutter? I am interested. I'm interested in taking a look at Cutter, but I found it difficult to install the last couple times. The last couple times I was taking a look at it. Just go into GitHub and Cutter. So I mean, we just installed Ghidra, so I think I'm just going to try using Ghidra today. So project name, we're just going to call this test. And let's import some stuff. I think we can. How do we import? Import file, and we've got our. Where's our temp directory? Okay, so temp directory, This is this one. Okay. So Nullsec says, where we got? What we got? Gameboy says, time to downgrade to Backtrack 4. Reverse engineering is absolutely amazing. Nullsec says, you need the dark theme for Ghidra, my eyes burn. Go to home and then my computer. Yeah, let's see if I can. Let's see if I can get the dark mode. So let's see. Where would dark mode be? Is it an extension? Or is it a theme? No? If you know, let us know. I think they added it. Let me check. Ghidra dark mode. Reverse program. Ghidra dark theme. Let's see. Ghidra dark theme. How to set the Ghidra to dark mode. Within the tools tip menu, let's see. Edit theme switch. Okay, let's see if it works. Edit theme switch. Okay. Everybody, we're saved. We're saved. We got dark mode on Ghidra. We can officially call ourselves hackers again. Okay, what do we do? Okay, so we've got the I forget the workflow. Hack the planet. We got dark mode. We hacked the planet. Yeah. Okay, we've got a bunch of information here. And I think we need to analyze this, right? I think we click on the dragon, and then that's going to analyze the binary. Is it analyzing the binary right now? Do we need to import something from here? Okay. Destination file name already exists. Where do we fix that? Okay. Alright, so it has not been analyzed. You want to analyze it now. Sure, let's analyze it. Import the binary. Okay. I wear red lenses. I wear red lenses from time to time to protect my eyes from the white screen. Okay. So we got our analyzers. Let's analyze them. Okay. It's been a really long time since I worked with Ghidra. I worked with it maybe like 3 years ago. Okay. So here's the thing about this program is that the program really doesn't have too much that we want to investigate. Sado13K, thank you. Not my favorite AI. Not my favorite UI. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, Sado, and let's just give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Yeah, it's not my favorite UI either. I wish I could make this stuff. Can I make these windows bigger? I don't want to make the text larger. Maybe we can do that from Game Boy says I use IDA Pro. I think well, I mean the problem with IDA Pro is that it's expensive. And I'm trying to teach students who don't necessarily have a lot of money. Let's see, Windows, okay. Where do we... Do we have preferences? Grad XTs. That's a good question. But you know what? I won't ask. I won't ask about that. Let's see, tool options. Is there one for font size? Because I need to figure this stuff out anyways. Because I need to teach this program eventually. So Ghidra font size. Can anybody tell me how to increase the font size on Ghidra? Is it really that complicated? Okay, so let's see. Open with a text editor. Find font.size.override. Type a number and launch Ghidra. If the font is too small or too big, change the number and start again. You know, why is it this difficult? Launch.properties file. Launch.properties. Okay, where is this file? I bet there's a better way. Probably, if you can tell me, that would be I'd be very grateful. Okay, so let's see. Locate. Let's just find it. Find name launch.properties. Okay, there it is. So we can edit this thing, and then maybe we can get some results. Malted Wheaties. That's a great username. I found your YouTube channel and I love it. Okay, I'm a CS student and I'm really passionate about cybersecurity. Good stuff. What you're doing. Thanks. And welcome, Malted Wheaties. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about we give you some Jurassic Park.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So we need to edit this with nano, with sudo rather. What are we looking at? We're looking at font size, right? Where is that font size? I don't see the font size. But yeah, well, Malted Wheaties. So you say that are you a computer science student or a cybersecurity student? So when you say CS, sometimes people mean cybersecurity, and sometimes people say CS stands for computer science. Let us know which one that is for you, Malted Wheaties. Thank you. Okay, so we got we got font size override. Okay, so let's do 40. I don't know what these numbers mean, but let's try 40. And then let's get out of here. And let's run Ghidra again. How about using, oh wow, that font is bigger now. How about running Immunity Debugger? Whoa, this text is really big now. Jeez. GradXT says, I'm here for the retirement home edition of Ghidra. Are they retiring the home edition? Are they making it pay only? What's going on? This is way too big. This is way too big. Let me get out of here. I need to change. This stuff is still really small though. This is what bugs me. I want to make these numbers bigger. But anyways, let me this is so funny. Okay, let's go back into those settings. So we could probably change that number from 40 to 20. Retirement home, old people, bad eyes. Oh, he's making fun of my font size. Yeah. The retirement home edition. Because, you know what? I can't read super small font anymore. I'm actually not such a young person myself. This is why I make the text this big for me in my Kali window. Kali Glass. Kali Glass? Is that a thing? I can't even tell if you people are trolling me anymore. That makes the 48... Man, you work with a 48-inch screen? How many monitors do you have in your setup, X5? Let us know. Because I've got 4 monitors in my setup. It's basically a square of monitors, and I just drag everything from one monitor to another one. Okay, so let's run Jeter again. Oh, where is it? Okay, that's better. That's better. Yeah. So this is much easier to look at. The problem is that this stuff in the code window is still pretty small. So this stuff right here. How do we make this bigger? Oh. Anyways, I just wanted to try out opening up Ghidra, but you know what? Let's move on to the last part of today's stream. So in the last part of today's stream, we're actually gonna work through a module on TryHackMe, and it's a new module that came out like this week. And let me introduce it to you. So the module is called AD, Basic Enumeration, and I've been struggling to find Windows exercises that are not paid. This is the link for the TryHackMe room. X5 says, I've just got different stuff going on from device to device. They don't all get up. They don't all get up. Let's see. Malted Wheaties says, I'm doing computer science and mathematics to be exact, but yes, yes. Okay. So I like more theoretical parts when it comes to cybersecurity. I've picked up cryptography and number theory modules within my university. You know what, Malted Wheaties? I think you might really appreciate this website over here. So it's called cryptohack.org. And if you don't already know about this, this has got some really good lessons and modules teaching all about modern cryptography stuff. So if you so go ahead and try that out. It's a really nice website for learning cryptography. But what were we doing? So we're going to be taking a look at this room over here. So AD stands for Active Directory, and Active Directory is basically the way that Windows does network computers that all share a bunch of information. But anyways, let's go ahead and give this a go, because I really need to get more Windows stuff up on my channel. X5 says Paranoia app is Paranoia app. I don't think I've heard of that before. Make your own. Okay. I mean, are you talking about like something that already exists? Paranoia works encryption software. Is this what we're talking about, or something else? iOS, it's there. Okay. Paranoia text encryption lite. Oh, this thing, right? Okay. Well, I mean, I don't use Mac, so unfortunately I can't use this. Okay, so everybody, this is a free room, so we could all potentially look at this if we really wanted to, and let's take a look at what's going on here. So Active Directory is a crucial first step in pen testing Microsoft Windows Enterprise Networks. Sure. What are we doing in this module? So we're going to enumerate the target domain and network, enumerate valid domain users and identify misconfigurations. We're going to do password spraying attacks to get your first pair of valid AD credentials. And we're going to discover sensitive credentials stored in configuration files. So what are we doing here? Well, they recommend a bunch of prerequisites here. I think I've done most of these. But what are we doing from here? So starting the network, before moving on to the next task, click on the green start button under the network diagram. Give the network enough time to launch. Okay, so we can either use the attack box or we can use a VPN connection. So I think we might be connecting to it by using OpenVPN, but we've got an ad going on Twitch right now. So let's run it on YouTube. Let's go ahead and watch some birds. Oh, you know what? How about not birds? How about a happy squirrel? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. I just need to have a little drink. Okay, so let's see. Uh, wow. Hey, African Refuge. Nice to see you here. Um, welcome, welcome. Are we sure that that's a bot, or if is it just a person with a funny username? I guess we'll check and make sure with the next couple of messages from those users. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to connect via OpenVPN. So you can connect to the network via OpenVPN. To establish a VPN connection, you need to browse the access page. We need to go to the Junior Pentester ADV01. Okay, let's go ahead and get that. More real than crypto. More real than crypto. That's a statement. Anyways, let's go ahead and get our VPN key. Oh, we need to go to Access, and then we need to select the right network. So the network is going to be... we don't have any options. What were we supposed to do? Access Networks, Junior Pentester. I've joined the room already. Hold on. Don't quite understand why this isn't working. THM is better than Hack the Box. That's a controversial thing to say. The Mr. Robot theme really fits while watching this. Which Mr. Robot theme were you talking about? Can you beat the #1 hacker on TryHackMe? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I don't consider myself a very, very skilled hacker, but I am a very passionate hacker about teaching people about cybersecurity stuff. So let's see. I think we need to access the network, but the network's not here. Let's see. Jack in the Shop Laser asks, what is my rank? My rank on TryHackMe? Hold on. Let me see if I can get my profile. So my profile over here is rank 6. So I'm in the top 1%. It's actually not that hard to get in the top 1% as long as you're doing a bunch of stuff inside of TryHackMe. But what are we doing next? Oh, another thing that recently came out from TryHackMe is the new certification they've got. So they got their own what is it called? Entry-level pentester certification. It's called PT1. Nullsec says 2315. Oh, 2315. Okay. That's well, I mean that's better than mine. They had a lot of blue stuff I've been meaning to try, just been lazy. Let's see. African Refuge says, in your opinion, what's the best path for a hacker? Gray, white, or black? A question of morality. A question of morality. I can't advocate for doing anything illegal on my live stream, so I'm gonna say white hat. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say gray hat if you're careful. But please don't do illegal stuff, and don't tell anybody that I told you to do illegal stuff. This is what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, I don't understand why I can't get access to this other network. This is... Okay. You know what? Maybe... Let's see. I laugh because I had pen testing software which would not run without malware. What do you mean wouldn't run without malware? Let us know what you mean by that. Let's see. Nullsec says, I'm part of a non-profit that does cybersec stuff. I know the diplomatic answer very well. Why do kids join Scattered Spider instead of cybersec? Scattered Spider. I need to familiar. I've heard of that group before. Scattered Spider hacking. Okay, so this is a hacking group made up of mostly teens and young adults. Okay, believed to live in the United States and the United Kingdom. The group gained notoriety for their involvement in the hacking and extortion of... Oh, they did the Caesars Entertainment hack? MGM Resorts International. Interesting. So most recently, members of Scattered Spider have been connected with the hacks against Snowflake customers. Jack in the Shop Laser said, I've only completed 20 rooms. And why did they join Scattered Spider instead of cybersec? I guess that's a good question. I think most of these kids aren't old enough to have a job, or they haven't graduated high school. So if you haven't graduated high school and you want to do something exciting, I guess like cybercrime is more exciting than doing high school courses. That might be it. We have to go to black hat hacking forums at the age of 12 instead of white hat communities because there aren't as many. Yeah, I guess, well, I mean, friends get other friends into hacking illegally as well. So there's that part of the equation. But yeah, why can't... Okay. So I guess I'll be accessing this room with the attack box. And I'll just be doing an hour or so. So what can we do? How do we... So click on the Start Attack Box button. Once ready, the attack box will be already available on the split screen. Oh, you know what? The other thing that could be happening is that I can't access this network because the network isn't online. So let me go ahead and check if I can access this network now. You don't have the network because you don't have the 7-day streak. If it's in the network VPN. Okay, so network. No. We can't access it. So we can access it. We just need to activate it first. So the problem is that I didn't start the machine, so I couldn't see it in here. Let's go ahead and download this thing. Okay. And then we can VPN in. Let's see. X5 says, unsure how to respond to that question. I had to quarantine after it locked me and my dad out of the whole system. Was kind of at fault. It was supposed to be booted next to Windows 11 UEFI style. Typos again. Okay. Let's see. African Refuge says, do you think AIs will replace jobs leading to more cybercrime? Okay, so that question is, do you think people will have AI replace their job, and then because they don't have a job, they will decide to do hacking as their job? Is that the question? If that's the question, then so who's getting replaced? I think you're talking about like junior developers getting replaced by AI? Is that what you're trying to say? Black and white, then both can use it to attack and protect. What are we talking about? No? Okay, so African Refuge says, if the youth is the future and Scattered Spider has more influence over the youth in cybersecurity, then who would they go to if a normal job can't be gained? I broke several AI bots, says X5. So, well, I mean, it's not hard to use prompt engineering to get around AI restrictions, but eventually the AI security will get better. Is what I'm trying. That's what I think is going to happen. Gameboy says he means AI will replace the workers, and there will be more crime. So I don't know. The thing is that there's going to be less and less jobs in the future, right? Because AI and robotics is going to take over some amount of like production or development. And let's see. What else? Let's see. X5 says 4 people died last year. All were hackers. Four hackers died last year from natural causes. 4 local people died from natural causes last year, and they were all hackers. Were they connected to something weird? Let us know. Let us know about that. Okay. Let's access the room from the downloads directory, where we've got our key. Are we sure this is our key? Let me delete the key first, and then we'll try downloading it again. Okay. Okay, this is the one that we want. So African Refuge says, my analysis is harder to get into cybersecurity and easier for Black Hat, thus the increase in cybercrime because the AI helps them. So are you saying that people can't get a job in cybersecurity and that's why they're deciding to be hackers? Or no. That's why they're deciding to be criminal hackers, because the word hacker doesn't mean that you're a criminal. You have to put the word criminal in front of it to specify that you're talking about criminal hackers. Okay, so OpenVPN. So it all began with Mike Lynch of IANA and So who is that person? So I'm learning all sorts of new stuff every day. So Mike Lynch, INA. Okay, so what is this? Oh, this person's a. Let's see. X5 says a hacker. A hacker isn't a problem. It's the cracker. Well, like password crackers, or are we talking about something else? Professional distractors. Well, you know what? It's okay as long as we're having a good conversation. It doesn't matter if I get distracted, because it's all about the community, right? Okay, so who is this person? So this person died last year. So British technology entrepreneur. So is this person a hacker? Because it doesn't describe this person as a computer person, does it? Technology entrepreneur, okay. Autonomy Corporation. Well, I mean, listen, I don't know a lot of the figures in the cybersecurity industry. Malone EM did a $453 million crypto heist, and he's part of the Spider. Malone EM. Okay. I don't really know who these people are. Is a British hacker. British hacker? Are we talking about this person, Malonium? This person? I mean, I don't really. I should really keep track of more about cybersecurity news, because all I do is I focus on education stuff, and I haven't been keeping track of the news. Okay, so we're logged in now, right? So our attack box, or the workstation, should be this address. So 10.2.11.11, 10.2.11.11.20. 10.2.11.11.20. See if we can ping this machine. Okay, we can contact the machine. Okay, so what are we supposed to be doing now? So verify the connectivity to the network. I think we verified that we have connectivity to the network. Okay, so I'm ready to explore on unauthenticated enumeration. Sure. Okay. MC25 says, need to get you hooked on Tmux. So for a very brief moment, I had two windows up at the same time, and I was doing coding in one window and running commands in the other window, and that was the closest I got to running Tmux in the last several months. But yeah, MC25, you are seen. X5 says, I have a report file on his death and that I made at the time. Even his driver, his driver was off near the boat, the yacht, okay? And he was against a union member. Okay? And wrote books on CNC programming and engineering. I mean, it sounds like, do we know who did it? Or is that a mystery? Let's see, what were you doing here? Okay, so we need to map out the network. So we've been given VPN access to the Active Directory network. So I guess we could do nmap to scan the network, right? I mean, that's what I would do. But I don't know if that's necessarily the best way to do it. it was a tornado. Was it actually a tornado, or was it foul play? Okay, so we have three hosts. So we know about this one. And I guess there are the other ones over here. SIM swapping is a huge part of scattered spider groups. So SIM swapping is yeah, that's some nasty business. And I have heard that most of the people doing SIM swapping attacks are kids, or they're basically people in high school, because they're trying to get their crime done before, well, they're trying to do their crime while they're underage, so that there's less consequences for them if they get caught. Okay, so we got these machines, sure, but it also says that we should be using fping. I don't use fping, but I guess we could use fping to scan the network, sure. I got the same result from Nmap, but I guess fping is a much more common tool than Nmap. There are a lot of environments where you're not going to see Nmap. Nullsec says never used fping, okay. And ooh, chat is going by fast. Do you remember Huz? Do you remember me, Huz? Bubblegum, hello, nice to see you here. And was your name always Bubblegum, or was it something else before? I was offline from 20 years now on back. Offline for 20 years now on back. Let's see. Interesting how American hackers are social engineers and Russians are technical, yet combined they form groups like Black Cat and Scattered Spider, and they use AI to blackmail. I need to be quiet. Too many typos. For Turd Ferguson, hello, nice to see you here. Missed an opportunity to name a utility ping AF. Ping AF. We got fping, but we don't have ping AF. Bubblegum says it has always been this. Bubblegum, yeah, I think I saw you like maybe a week ago. But let me know. Are you a cybersecurity student? Are you working in the field? Let us know. Let us know. Okay, you can set an alias. We could set an alias. Let's get everybody a fun redeem. How about War Games? This is a fun movie.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Great Saul. African Refuge says, I would be very scary if I went rogue. I don't have any interest in becoming a criminal, because criminals have to be smart, and I'm not very smart. Criminals have to worry about being smart enough to avoid getting caught, and I'm not very good at lying, so it would be very bad for me to become a criminal. Okay, so we can use fping to get these hosts over here as well. That's great. And I guess I should keep track of fping. But there's so many tools out there that do kind of the same thing. Nullsec says I've got no OPSEC. Yeah, I've got no OPSEC basically. I mean, I'm giving a workshop at a major cybersecurity conference in a couple days, so you can come find me if you want. I've got a horrible OPSEC. Okay, so let's see. So we got the hosts. I guess it wants us to make a list of these hosts. So let's go ahead and do that. Just gonna record these. And let's make a file called hosts.txt. Sure. X5 says where? Yeah, I live in Vancouver, so I'm going to the local B-Sides in Vancouver. So B-Sides Vancouver. Let's see. African Refuge says you can get rich by selling your forbidden knowledge on Udemy. Is that where people sell their forbidden knowledge, on Udemy? Great XT, there's no forbidden knowledge, only knowledge that people are too lazy to Google. So, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people look to different sources for curation. It's basically going to a person who, you know, who's supposed to point you at some stuff that's good. In my case, I point people towards like educational resources that are good for cybersecurity. So I guess I'm kind of a curator as well. Okay. So you can also use Nmap in... Okay, so we just did this. We used Nmap to do a ping sweep in the network. So post-scanning, we've identified live hosts, and we must identify which one is the domain controller to determine which critical AD-related services are being used and can be abused. There are some common Active Directory ports and protocols. Okay, so we've covered this kind of stuff before. And I guess we could use Nmap to scan for these. Sure. Let's do that. So usually I don't use a list of hosts for Nmap because I'm not usually scanning more than one machine at the same time. But I guess it makes sense. And just for fun, I'm going to add the very verbose on top of this Nmap command. Malted says, basic path to monetization of someone's knowledge and maybe experience is Udemy, and hype is involved as well. I mean, people have actually told me that I should be selling courses on Udemy, but I would prefer to provide everything for free and just to do it on the live stream, because I mean, I can also like monetize the live stream. And I don't have to necessarily have people paying me money to do that. Udemy is greater than Fiverr. Yes. Well, hopefully. Let's see. X5 says, do you know the status under each device and risk dlib? Risk dlib. The thing under each device? Are you talking about this? Or what are we talking about? Gameboy says you can still make it for free and for money. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take money from people watching my stream. I want to take money from organizations who want me to teach for them. So, because you know, like individual people, they should be able to get some education for free. But organizations who want me to present for them, they gotta pay. Okay, so we've got this port over here. So sorry, this host, and it's the 11.1 host, and it's got... These are all filtered, so this is not it. These ports are open, so this is probably it. So this is the 10 host. Anti-siphon, let's see, what was this? Mine is at none. Mine is at none. The status under each device. Mine is at none. So X5, I'm not completely sure what output you're referring to. If you could clarify a little bit, that'd help. Risk dlib. What are we talking about? You have a very good social engineering type voice. I almost trust you. Well, wait. Am I saying something that's very unbelievable? Let's see. Anti-siphon has a pay what you want. It's a good model. Yeah, pay what you want is a pretty good model too. I agree. Let's see. Look it up. We're looking up. What is this? Risk dlib or risk dlib. Let me look it up on another strain. This is a type of hijacking? Dynamic libraries. Okay, I actually don't know about this. Let's see. X5 says, let's see, African Refuge says, you sound too cool to be a hacker leader. So I subscribe to make sure you're not AI. Darwin kernel stuff. This is not something I've encountered before. So dynamic library hijacking, right? This is what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else? Okay, so the 11 hosts, sorry, the 10 hosts, this is the Active Directory machine, and I'm not sure if this is... So if it's running Kerberos, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the domain controller. It's got Kerberos and it's got LDAP. How do we get to Mac OS hacking? Is this Mac OS hacking? I am saying that everything is recorded, hence risk dilib 0. Oh, okay. Risk, let's see. What does dilib stand for? I hope the AI overworld rewards you with a Android for your efforts in teaching hacker noobs. Well, we'll see what happens in the future. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. Dynamic library. Dynamic library? Let's see. That's an AI. Wait, are you calling me an AI now? Oh, okay. So this is probably the domain controller. Oh, we got ads again. Jeez. All right, everybody. Ad time again. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. Metal Gear Solid A. Anyways, let's put on my favorite video. So this is my favorite video. This is the baby birds taking a bath, and enjoy the video. We'll be back in about a minute. Thank you very much for the follow, Xermons. Zeramons? Zeramon. Is it Zeramon? Let us know how to pronounce your name. Thank you. Have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so what's going on in chat? So let's see. You're talking about the Metal Gear Solid 2 AI. Do you understand Mario games are an AI? I don't think there's AI in the Mario games. Wait, are you talking about the classic ones or the modern ones? How do you know your internet? I don't have any internet GFs, fortunately. Doom is a virus. Doom is a virus. Everything is AI. Well, I mean, if everything is AI, then nothing's AI, right? If everything is something, then nothing, then it doesn't really matter. Okay, we've got some other ports, some other machines here. So this one here is the 10 machine. The 10 machine is reporting that its name is DC, which stands for Domain Controller. Turd Ferguson says, sounds like something an AI would say. Am I saying anything that sounds really suspicious? Just lurking, Zeramon's ceremony. Oh, ceremony with an X, which sounds so ceremony. Okay. Nice to see you here. So what's going on? So this other thing is, it's another active directory machine, but it's not the domain controller. Okay, so we just finished our nmap scan. Listen, listen, African refugee. Please don't type in all caps. It's a bit much. Thank you. And let's not talk about anything too political. And I really don't want to participate in any culture war talking points about, like, red pill and whatever. It's not really my thing. I'm enjoying this. Earlier I was trying to make an AI bot understand that the Matrix is real. It can't understand me yet, and it's never gonna. Okay, so what were we talking about? So post-scanning, we discovered live hosts, and we must identify which one is the domain controller. Okay, so these are some common Active Directory ports and protocols. We've got Kerberos on port 88. We've got MSRPC on 135. We've got SMB and NetBIOS on 139. We got LDAP on 389. We got SMB on 445, and I actually didn't know about this one. So password-related Kerberos service. I don't know if I've seen this port before, if it shows up pretty often, but I don't pay attention to it. So we can run a service version scan with these specific ports to help us identify the domain controller. I mean, I think we already identified a host that calls itself the domain controller, but sure, why not? Let's run this. So X5 says, no, it's about the source. The source is the plague from the movie Hackers, an accurate depiction of an elite hacker. The Hackers movie was, it had some pretty bizarre stuff. But it did show us it did give us the iconic meme that is the hack the planet. So it has that at least. I'm a ghost to a point G host. Where is the mainframe? So listen, African refugee, are you a cybersecurity student, or are you working in the industry? Let us know. And X5, you said you're from Scotland, right? And are you working in cybersecurity? Because I like to know where everybody's coming from. Let's see, African refugee says that they're a student, okay. And what did we get from these scans? So this is the machine that we suspect is the domain controller. So Windows Server 2019 Data Center. Okay, we got a work group, TryHackMe. And yeah, it says that the computer name is DC, so we assume that this is the domain controller. Hobby. Oh, okay. You're talking about, are you talking about like a cybersecurity analyst, or a security operations center, like a SOC analyst, or some other type of analyst? African refugee says, I searched for elite hacking frog and this channel popped up. I don't think I've got the word elite in my channel name, but yeah, hacking frog, that makes sense. Okay, let's go ahead and answer some more questions. So we can spot the domain controller because it will have ports 88, Kerberos, 389 LDAP, and port 445 SMB open, with banners like Windows Server, even domain names revealed in the output of our nmap command, okay? If we were running a more exhaustive assessment or unfamiliar with dealing with unfamiliar environments, starting with the full port scan ensures that we don't miss critical services on our non-standard ports. Let's see, I want to build a massive gaming rig to farm Bitcoin and cash out when GTA 6 releases so I can buy a NASA PC to run it. I don't know if you're going to need that much of a massive massive rig to run GTA 6. Elite is not what yours may believe it to be. Takes one to know one. Okay. GTA 6 is going to be a sub to play for $20 a month. That is a great. That's a great guarantee that people are not going to be playing it for very long, unless it becomes one of those lifestyle games. Because I know for sure I'm not going to be paying. I'm not going to be paying like, you know, how much money would that be per year? That's like $240 a year. That's gross. I'd never do that. So what is the name of the domain name of our target? So we can spot in the nmap output, we got this. So dc.tryhackme.lock. So this is probably, oh, what's the domain name? Sorry, the domain name is tryhackme.loc. That's it, okay. The future of gaming of subscription data collecting third-party EULA simulator games that cost $100. You just never connect to the NASA server and you just connect to the NASA server and you have access. Not only gaming, but everything. Well, I mean, everything's a subscription service these days. So Steam is a subscription service, and everybody buys their games off of Steam. And if Steam decided to like, you know, stop operating, then people would lose billions of dollars worth of games that they've spent money on. Well, I mean, not billions of dollars for one person, but like, you know, for the entire user base of Steam. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, so what is the version of Windows Server that is running on the DC? So I'm pretty sure this is going to be Server 2019. This one, right? Let's grab this. Actually, I think this is it. Data Center 6.3. Okay, great. So we do some network enumeration with SMB. So we assume that we've breached the perimeter of the corporate network and we have access to a Linux-based box. We're going to be using the attack box, however, feel free to connect with whatever you want. We've got SMB client, and what are we doing today? We'll begin our discovery with good old nmap. We're mainly just interested in MS, Windows, and Active Directory related ports. So we're running nmap again, sure. GroudXT asks, is piracy justified if they've already paid for the game? I think this is what people used to say about downloading music. People would say that I already have the CD for whatever music that I want to download, so I'm entitled to download a copy of the music because I've already purchased it legitimately, right? Piracy, why are we talking about Apache helicopters? Build a kernel, Apache helicopters. Piracy is justified when what you paid for stops being purchased and turns into rented without your permission. My eyes are on fire. All right. Let's run our target IP. So our target IP, this is going to be the DC IP. So the DC IP is this one. Worries me it's making code and someone officially stealing it. So yeah, when we're talking about service-based industry, we're talking about, like, you know, everything that we buy as a service that we're paying for on monthly increments, or basically you purchase it and then you have to use it through the application. So Steam is a pretty good example of this. And what else? I guess all the streaming services, all the streaming video services, stuff like Netflix and Amazon Prime, and what else? I guess Disney something, Disney Plus. This is all stuff that you're paying for on a monthly basis. Are you a developer? This feels like the most chaotic chat in a minute. I'm trying to keep it on track. Open source software is the answer to corporate slop. Is it? Am I a developer? I'm not a developer. The only thing I make are videos. I make videos like walkthrough videos on cybersecurity challenges. So you wouldn't download a hacking, would you? Wake up, samurai! They got a GPU to burn. That's some gamer lingo right there. Yeah. So okay, we ran the scan, and what did we get? We got a bunch of Nmap output from this domain controller. Okay. And what are we supposed to identify here? So the above ports indicate that the MS Windows Active Directory. This is an MS Windows Active Directory environment. The presence of Kerberos and LDAP ports indicate that this is part of the Active Directory domain or even a domain controller. So I thought we already identified that this is this is a domain controller. So there are two good tools for enumerating SMB shares from a Linux box. There's SMB client and SMB map. So these aren't the tools that I usually use to enumerate Windows Active Directory machines. I'm usually using stuff like netexec, but I guess they're not going to be teaching us netexec. Let's see. Blazanoob says, "What are you doing right now? I don't quite understand, but I'm curious." So we're doing a free module right now from Hack the Box. It's called AD Basic Enumeration. So this module is going to teach us how to scan against Windows Active Directory environments. And you could do this yourself if you wanted to, because it's free. So Nullsec says, teach us your way using netexec. Yeah, so if we want to scan this using netexec, we would do nxe, scanning for SMB against the target IP address. So the target IP address in this case is going to be this one. So netexec is kind of an all-in-one tool that we use for Windows network enumeration. And when we run it, we can get we get the version of Windows that is being used, which is it's pretty useful. I mean, it's something. But anyways, let's see if we can enumerate some shares by using netexec. So it's a course. I wouldn't say it's a course. It's more like an education module. It's not going to teach you. It's not going to teach you everything, but it will teach you a few interesting. Well, okay, I'm working through it right now, so I don't know exactly how good it is, but it does let you enumerate a network. So these are going to be two machines, and that's a lot better than a lot of other cybersecurity exercises where it's scanning against one machine at a time. Let's see. X5 says, "I'm off to settle. It's 3 a.m. Geez, are you in Europe right now? Oh, okay. Are you in Scotland? You said you were Scottish." Okay, so the next thing we can do is we can try to figure out if we can enumerate the machine without a valid username or password. And I guess what we would do is we would see if we can log in as the guest account. So this is the guest account, and the password, we're just going to leave it blank. Gameboy says it's 5 o'clock here. And it's 4 o'clock here, says Christian Angel. You guys must be in Europe. Defus says, "Hey, are you doing the new THM ad machines?" Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing right now. Deefus, thank you. Thank you for waking us up with the all the things redeem. That's a great hacker anthem. And if you look up all the things and rap in YouTube, you'll find that song. It's a really good song. Okay, let's see. Blaze Noob says, "Can you give me some advice for starting ethical hacking? Because I'm lost. I started to learn in Hack the Box, but I don't understand where to start." So, Blaze Noob, let us know what you know already. So, do you come from do you come from a technical background? Are you in school for cybersecurity or for computer science? Let us know, and then maybe we can give you some advice. So you don't come from a technical background. I think the best way to start, if you're coming from without a technical background, is to start over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a very beginner-friendly cybersecurity education platform, and I've got a bunch of videos covering PicoCTF challenges. Let me go ahead and get you a playlist. So let's see, playlists. It's going to be PicoCTF. So what I want you to do is try working through some of the challenges over here from the playlist. And if you think that the challenges are too easy, what I want you to do is I want you to try completing the challenges without looking at the walkthrough video. So we start off over here just teaching you how to use Linux, how to run a few basic commands, and eventually we go into more complex topics over here. So there are like 100 videos in this list. If you manage to work your way through all 100 videos, then you should have quite a number of tools and techniques. But yeah, I wouldn't start with Hack the Box, because Hack the Box assumes that you have quite a bit of knowledge already. Let's see. MC25 says, starting point in Hack the Box is great. Follow the guides and Google a lot. That's another way you could do it. If you wanted to challenge yourself, you could try the starting point in Hack the Box, because they've also have a lot of good write-ups for those machines. Keep that in mind. Thanks a lot. Oh, no problem. No problem. Okay, so where were we? TryHackMe. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was showing everybody how I would enumerate this target. So we would try to figure out if the guest account is enabled. So it looks like the guest account is not enabled. And we could also figure out if we could access the system without a username or password. And if we can do so, if we can get the SMB shares. It looks like well, it's not coming back. Oh, we can get shares. We can get shares without providing a valid username or password. So in this case, there's an anon share, and we've got shared files, and we got user backups. These are all file shares that we can access. Defus says, I started by doing a Python course, then jumped into TryHackMe. Defus, you come from a developer background, don't you? Let me know if that's correct. If it's not correct, then please correct me. I'm going to take a little water break. My throat is getting a bit parched. Blazenoob says, so having coding knowledge also helps in hacking like Python, Java, and other things. Diva says, no, I'm just a computer nerd since the age of 8. Okay. So Blazenoob, yeah, well, I mean, knowing stuff about coding is going to help you a lot when you're learning hacking stuff. I would start with Python. Python's probably the best language to get started with, especially for cybersecurity, because there are lots of there are a lot of scripts that are written in Python that are related to cybersecurity. And if you're looking to learn some Python, let me recommend a course. So Python Essentials. So this is a Python course that's endorsed by the Cisco company, and Cisco is a really big computer networking company. So if you want to learn some Python, this is probably the best way to get started, and it's totally free. Okay, so we know that we've got access to these shares, and we use the netexec tool to get that information. Cisco, yeah, Blazanoob. Cisco is a really big networking company. They make all sorts of networking equipment. So stuff like routers and servers and oh gosh, what else? Switches, all sorts of great computer networking stuff. Okay, so we've identified these different network file shares. switches, yeah. What do we need to do next? Okay, so they suggested us to use SMB map. We can certainly use SMB map, but it's kind of an old tool. But I guess the good thing about SMB map is that you're going to find it on a lot of different distributions of Linux, as opposed to something like netexec, which you'll only find on specifically security-oriented distributions of Linux like Kali Linux and ParrotOS. Blazanoob says, "Okay, thanks a lot. I'll start working on it." Yeah, I mean, people get really hung up on coding and programming as far as like learning hacking is concerned. You can learn hacking without learning how to code and without writing anything or understanding code, but it's going to be very limiting because you're going to encounter programming stuff a lot when you do your hacking exercises. Defa says, Python kind of forced me into using more stuff on the CLI, and made me curious about using Linux more. And I think that helped when I did my first TryHackMe boxes. Before I was a Windows graphic user interface only. Yeah, I really appreciate using the Linux command line interface after a few years of getting used to it. But yeah, it feels very natural to use console commands now as opposed to just using everything as a Windows-related program. Okay, so accessing SMB shares. So then, now that we've listed the shares, let's attempt to access the ones that have anonymous access. So let's go ahead and do that. So I do use SMB client when I want to access the shares specifically. And let's go ahead and get some interesting files. So let's see, we got shared files, we got a non-share. I think I'm going to check out a non-share first. Defus also says you have to pass the moment. You just have to pass the moment where you realize that you can actually do a lot more stuff on command line interface than on graphic user interface. Sometimes graphic user interface, well, command line interface is kind of scary for people who don't use command line interface. But graphic user interface is it also has its place. There's some programs you don't want to. There's some things you don't want to do on the CLI. Okay, so there's nothing here. There's nothing in the anonymous share. Okay, so let's get out of here and let's try out the shared files directory instead. What else do we got? I suggest you go work in customer service. I would have died already if I had to answer so many questions. You know what? This is what a streamer has to do. They have to answer everybody in chat. GretXC says, eventually you'll find or think of a possible solution to a problem, and you'll realize being able to automate with Python will prevent your clicking hand from going numb. What is CLI? So when we talk about CLI, we basically mean everything in the terminal. So this is a command line interface. So command line interface is, you just have to type in your commands, as opposed to graphic user interfaces. So your web browser is a graphic user interface. It's basically clicking a lot and opening up windows and stuff. Defa says, coming from Windows and realizing you can search files fast was kind of mind-blowing to me. So the thing that I really like about using the command line interface is being able to install programs with a single command instead of downloading installer packages and double-clicking on them and like searching through your file system. It's so much easier with Linux. Gameboy says, thank you very much. And let's see, GretXT. Okay, what are we doing now? We were over here. Okay, we got some mouse and malware.txt. We can download this. We just need to use the get command. And we can also use the tab autocomplete while we're using SMP client, which is nice. Okay, we downloaded that thing, so we can just get out of here now. And let's see what's in that file. What is this? This is a story. Okay, I'm not reading. I don't think I gotta read this right now. Anyways, maybe they might ask us about this file in the questions. Okay. So what can we find in SMB shares? So anonymous SMB share is a horrible idea. However, system administrators have enabled it for legacy systems to work. Maybe an old printer needs to read a file, or an old scanner needs to write a file. Okay, we got another... Wow, so many of these ad breaks. Okay, more ads, everybody. Let's take a little break. And you know what? How about a blast from the past? It's not snowing anymore, but I took this, the story about the mouse. But I took this footage over here when it was snowing back here. I think this is from February? January or February. But this is a great little bird. Enjoy the bird. We're just going to have a little water break. Defa says, this room is pretty small compared to the older AD rooms, and it's kind of sad that they don't showcase NetExec. I think they're trying to showcase more common tools to interact with Active Directory. I mean, it's not that bad an idea, but they probably have another NetExec module. So let me see if we can look this up. So if we search for NetExec, we'll probably find a module. It's probably going to be paid. Oh, they don't have anything. Really? What about CrackMapExec? Actually, they might have something on CrackMapExec or NetExec in this room. Maybe it comes later. Haven't seen a lot of NetExec on TryHackMe. Well, I mean, it'd kind of be a shame because NetExec is pretty popular. Okay, so what do we need to do next? So tools and other resources. Okay, so there are tools that can be pretty useful, such as Impacket SMB Client. Okay, which is the Python-based implementation of SMB Client. And we've got enum for Linux and enum for Linux NG. So I used to use enum for Linux quite a bit before I started using NetExec. But the good thing about the good thing about enum for Linux is that the the syntax is very, very simple. So it's just enum for Linux -a and then whatever IP you want to enumerate. So in this case, we can do netexec. What is the IP address? I keep on forgetting. Let me look up the IP range. So ton 0 is this. This is why we export IP. Yeah, I kind of forget to do that a lot of the time. But most of the time, I'm not expecting to... Well, most of the time, I'm expecting to have the IP handy. But yeah, MC25, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. Defus says, 90% of the time I use netexec and impact it on Active Directory. You don't really need a lot more for a basic enumeration. Yeah, I think, well, I mean, I agree. I agree that you don't need too much more than netexec to do most of the stuff for Active Directory environments. So, let's see. It didn't get anything because it was trying to use the guest account. And, well, I mean, there's no guest account enabled on the system. Okay, so let's see. What is the hidden flag in one of the shares? Oh, we gotta look at the shares and get the hidden flag. Okay, so mouse and malware, let's grep for THM. Let's grep for ITHM. Nope, it's not in here. What were the other file shares? Just a second. So, does everybody have some fun stuff happening on the weekend? I've got my convention to go to. Sorry, my conference to go to. B-Sides Vancouver. SMB client. Let's do user backups. And we got a flag. Okay, we got a flag. We might as well get this flag. Get flag.txt. Can we get more than one file at the same time? No. Looks like we can't. Anyways, let's get out of here. Okay, what was this? What's the topic of my talk? You didn't say. Do you work in cybersecurity? I used to work in cyber. Oh, mget. We can use mget for multiple get. Awesome. Nullsec, what's the topic of your talk? I'm doing a crash course for cybersecurity skills. Basically, how to get into CTFs with PicoCTF. It's basically a bunch of the other classes that I do on stream, but condensed down into a 4-hour workshop. So I hope I don't. I hope I don't go crazy teaching 4 hours of PicoCTF exercises. And yeah, I used to work in cybersecurity for about half a year. Then I figured out that I would rather teach people cybersecurity rather than write reports for pen tests, because writing reports for pen tests is not very fun. Okay, so what do we got here? So LDAP enumeration. So this is something I'm interested in because I don't do very much with LDAP. So we can test if anonymous LDAP bind is enabled with LDAP search. I wonder if we can do the same thing with netexec. Let's see. The Radio Man is burning is obviously a Vancouver person. B-Sides at SFU right next to the OWASP meetups. So when you say SFU, you mean the university, right? You don't mean anything else. The Radio Man is bleeding. Hello and welcome. Welcome on YouTube. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about, we haven't done this one in a while. This is from a very old movie.
What are you?
I'm system root.
So if you saw this movie in theaters, then you're probably old. You're probably old like me. Anyways, what were you doing? So LDAP, okay. And what are we doing here? Dash S base dash X. Well, let's see. So this is going to be simple authentication, in this case anonymous authentication. This is going to be the host, and S is going to limit the query to only the base object and does not search for the subtrees or the children. So if it is enabled, we would see lots of data similar to the input below. So anonymous LDAP bind is basically anonymous access to LDAP. Is that what we have to understand? Hold on, let me change up the music again. Let's try some... We're kind of running out of music to play. It's time for some cyberpunk. Okay, so we have anonymous LDAP access. I guess that's what we're doing. So we can then query user information with this command. So what are we looking for in this search? Well, we'll probably figure it out if we run the command. Okay, we're getting a bunch of account information. Whoa, what is this? Why is there base 64 encoded information here? Iridium Man is bleeding says SFU Harbor Center. Harbor Center. Yeah, Harbor Center is not the university. That's the conference venue. Yeah, that's going to be downtown in Vancouver. Diva says, I don't know how to search the base using netexec, but you can query any object using netexec LDAP. Yeah, I need to get better at doing LDAP stuff because I very rarely use it. The problem is that the output is so verbose. It's hard to parse this stuff. Oh, okay. These are usernames. Oh, these are this is account information. I think if I was trying to parse this information, I would grep out stuff like display names. Let's see if I can do that. So run the same command, but grep on the display name. So these are the users, right? These are the names of the users on the system. That's good. Let's see. netexec LDAP DC TryHackMe, okay? This is basically what you did just now. Let me go ahead and try this out, Divas. Because I do like using netexec. It doesn't seem to work. Oh, no, okay. I think it's because I don't have this in my host file. I just need to replace it with this, with the IP address. So yeah, this works. So we did get the user account names. Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you, Defus. Time to get some dragon image. Dragon image? For what? So we also have enum for Linux NG. So it's a tool that automates various enumeration techniques against Windows systems, including user enumeration. It utilizes SMB and RPC protocols to gather information. And what happens if we just run this command here? We can run the following command to get as much information as possible from the domain controller. Okay. So this is actually... Oh, it's not installed. How much space is this going to take? So... Yeah, we don't need very... We only need 175 kilobytes. Okay. So I've never used this command before. I've never used this program before. So it's nice to be introduced to a few new tools. Yeah, this is cool. Okay, we got user information. A lot of user. Okay, all the user information we would normally get. Sure. Looking for groups. Oh, this is actually pretty nice because I don't think I've used a tool that could. Well, I haven't used a tool that could get me the group names this easily before. So we got DNS admins, Tier 2 admins, Tier 1. Yeah, this is very nice. Second in Mind says, NG has some neat export features. Defus says, I don't like it compared to the original, but it's good to have. You talking about enum for Linux, NG versus the original one? Okay. So domain, yeah, this is very nice knowing what all the group names are. Yes, okay. So we also have some file shares. Okay, we have the file shares. RPC information. This is another thing I need to get good at. I don't know very much about interacting with RPC. Could not get printer info. Access denied. Radio Man is Bleeding says, Malware Village, maybe see you there. I didn't know that we're going to have a Malware Village this year. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very, it's going to feel like a very, very short day. Because I think the actual conference starts at like 9 o'clock. Is it 9 o'clock or 9:30? But yeah, it's going to be a whirlwind of a day. Nothing but talks and catching up with old hackers that you haven't seen in a while. Sigma says, quick question, did you write the Python code for the Royal Fence Pico CTF right up on your GitHub? The Rail Fence Python code? I think I got the AI to write that one. Because the Rail Fence, yeah, I don't quite understand what the heck the code is doing, but I figure it's better to have like some sort of Python solution as opposed to just saying, hey, why don't you use this website? Because it's cooler to use something. It's cooler to use a Python script. Okay, so we got RPC null sessions. Remote procedure call is a protocol that enables a program running in one computer to request services from a program on another computer without needing to understand the underlying details of the network. RPC services can be accessed over the SMB protocol. Okay, so let's see. So we can run the following command to verify null sessions access with RPC client. Okay, whoops. So -u is used to specify the username. In this case, we're going to use an empty string. And n tells RPC not to prompt us for the password. Okay. Sigma Gat says, I've been making one myself and I've been struggling. Are you talking about using Python to code something for Rail Fence cipher? In which case, I feel your pain. Okay, so we did get access to the RPC client. So what kind of commands do we do with RPC client? So help, debug, lists, exit program, seal packet. So I think, I think this is a very nice module because it introduces you to a lot of tools that you, well, it's introducing me to a lot of tools that I haven't seen before because I never really learned how to do Windows hacking officially. I just, I followed a lot of guides. Okay, so what are we doing here? So if successful, we can enumerate enumerators with enum DOM users. Okay, so we're gonna enumerate the domain users. Yeah. And these are all the domain users. We got the list of domain users from a few different places. And then we can do some RID cycling. So this RID cycling is basically brute forcing the details of these accounts. We can use enum for Linux and G to determine the RID range, or we can start with a known range such as 1000 to 1200 in increment if we get results. If this command is restricted, we can manually try querying each individual user RID with this bash command. It's cool that they've got we can do the same thing. We can do the same basically the same thing with a netexec command, and then the netexec command is called redbrute. Let me demonstrate. So netexec, I think we're still doing SMB when we do redbrute. So we just do SMB redbrute, and it should be able to get us all of the user accounts by using the RID brute force method. Right, so yeah. In this case, I'd rather use netexec because it's nicer to use one command rather than several commands. Okay. But what else can we do? So username enumeration with cryptography. So this is something else that we've showcased when we've done our Windows hacking. So cryptography is a program that that we can download. It's got a GitHub repository, and we just need to download it. So we can download it. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, hold on. So this is the GitHub repository for the cryptography tool, and we've got a bunch of different binaries here that we can download and use. In this case, we'll use the Linux AMD 64. And then we'll just download it using wget. Gameboy says, great stuff, they give you a lot of tools. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good module. It's a pretty good module, and if I didn't know anything about Windows hacking, I think this is pretty much overkill. Because if I was a person who was completely new to this, my brain would explode from the amount of information that's being introduced here. But anyways, let's go ahead and make this thing executable. And then we can start using cryptography to determine usernames. So the good thing about using cryptography for usernames is that you don't need to have a valid user account. But in this case, the valid user account wasn't really necessary anyways, because we can access everything without a valid username. So we could run this to try to get users.txt. Where is this? Which file are we using here? Oh, we've got, okay. Sure. Let's create a file called users.txt just to check. So X5 says, I see two terminal commands, SMB client and SMB password. I honestly thought SMB meant something that shouldn't be said here. No. SMB is a very common Windows service. It's the Windows file sharing service basically. So what are we doing? We're making a file called users.txt. We're going to paste in this stuff here. And let's save it out. Then we're going to use the cryptroot command to try to get some usernames on the system. And this is the command we're going to use. Okay, and we're using cryptroot Linux 64. So we're basically using the cryptroot tool, and we're using it in user enumeration mode. We have to specify a domain controller and an IP address, and then we need to specify a domain name. And the last thing we do is we supply the users list that we're going to check against. So X5 says you're also a data analyst. I can see. No, I wouldn't consider myself a data analyst at all. I'm just a person who likes hacking stuff. The Radio Man is Burning says, remember friends, 3 hours of troubleshooting can save you 30 minutes of taking notes and reading man docs. So system syntax SMB client option parameter. SMB client option parameter. Where was it? But yeah, we definitely used cryptroot in this case to be able to find some usernames on the system. So the advantage here is that we're using the Kerberos protocol as opposed to the SMB protocol. So sometimes it's much more convenient to use Kerberos to get your enumeration done as opposed to using SMB. Okay, what's next? So as we can see, 28 out of 33 users on the list are valid, okay. And if our only choice is to use cryptroot for user enumeration because the other tools aren't working, we can download the word list like this one to discover user accounts. So what is this? Oh, okay. So it's it's a list from sec lists. Okay, so let's go ahead and download this. So it's a pretty big list because it's 1 megabyte large for a text file. It's pretty big. Let's take a look at this this names list real quick. Oh, you know what? That didn't download the text file. That downloaded the HTML file. Silly me. Okay, let's. Okay, so using Wireshark and pages of these options starting with SCMB client something something, the IP address used when transmitting broadcast packets. Hack the planet, Matt Denine. Hack the planet. You know what? That means we got to do this. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we're not necessarily going to download this. We can already see the contents of the file. So it's just a big list of usernames. And I wonder how many entries they have. So they've got 10,713. Okay, great. All right, so let's go back. What else do we have? So what group is the user rduke part of? What group is the user rduke part of? Okay, so Arduke, we need to look that up in LDAP search. So we would look up Arduke, and maybe we would get 10 lines around it. Okay, so it doesn't tell us which group they're part of, unfortunately. Let's see, it can make FPT AI make a vid of this using my own data. I don't quite understand the message. So how can we get all the information on this user here? Okay, let's click the hint. Use a second LDAP search command to query users. So let's go back to LDAP search. Man. Okay, so this is the first LDAP search command. The second one was this one. Ah, okay. So we need to look for a specific person. Object class equals person. Wait. I was just using this command. African refugee says, "Bet you can code Skynet and Python." You know, you probably could. Anyways, let's take a break. We're taking an ad break, and we'll be back in about a minute. Let's go ahead and look at some birds. That's a bird. That's a lovely bird. Okay, we'll be back in a minute. Just have to take a little water break. Man, these ad breaks are long. Probably shouldn't complain, because it gives me an opportunity to have a little bit of water and maybe have a stretch. If you need to stretch, if you need to get up and use the washroom, if you need to get a drink, now's a good time to do so. The Iridium Man is bleeding, says Exodia OS is being brought back to life for any interested. Aesthetic OS. Exodia OS. That reminds me of something like Yu-Gi-Oh! Hold on. Let me look it up real quick. So it's a highly customized Arch-based Linux distribution built for and by cybersecurity experts. Okay. Highly customizable Arch-based distro for all cybersecurity fields. Okay, great. It's so beautiful. I might look it up later. So what group is the user Arduke part of? Huh. Let me ask the AI real quick. So, what tool can we use to query in Active Directory domain controller about the group membership of a specific user? Assume we're using a security distro of Linux to do so. Oh, okay, Defus has it. Defus has LDAP, netexec LDAP, group membership. Okay, let me try Defus's command. Thank you, Defus. Okay, so this one uses netexec, which is the tool that I like to use. Just need to sub out the IP address. Oh, cool. You know what? I should keep this. I should keep this command as part of my part of the regular commands I use, because this is very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much, Defus. Let me put this in my notes. Okay, so the answer is domain users. Let's do that. Whoops. Here. Okay, cool. What is this user's full name? So rduke. So we can run okay, so where's rduke? Rduke is here. And we just need to see what their Raoul. I haven't seen somebody named Raoul in a long time, but Raoul is a very Latin American name, isn't it? Anyways, let's copy this. Okay, Raoul Duke, sure. Which user is associated with RID 1634? Okay, so we could probably get the answer for this by using netexec. So we would do the netexec red brute. Where is it? Yeah, this. And then grep for that number. Raul Mendez from Black Ops 2, okay. Sick in the Mind says, I feel like he rolls his R's when he says his name. He has to, right? He has to. Let's see. Raul's a name from the movie Lord of War. Lord of War. I don't think I saw that one. So this RAD is associated with Katie Thomas, so that's the name. Okay. Submit that. Done. Password spraying. So there's, I mean, we don't have too much more to do in the room, but we get to do some password spraying attacks, which is kind of exciting. So password spraying is an attack technique where a small set of common passwords is tested across many accounts. So unlike brute force attacks, password spraying avoids account lockouts by testing each account with only a few attempts, exploiting poor password practices across common in many organizations. So password spraying is effective on many organizations because they require frequent password changes, leading users to pick predictable patterns, such as Summer 2025. They don't enforce their policies very well, and they reuse common passwords across multiple accounts. So common password lists for spraying include seasonal passwords, default passwords for IT teams like password123, and passwords leaked in data breaches like rocku.txt. So password policy. Before we can start our attack, it's essential to understand the target's password policy. This will allow us to retrieve information about the minimum password length, complexity, and number of failed attempts that will lock out an account. So we can do RPC client and then get DOM PW info. Okay, let's do that. Rocku.txt is my favorite word list. It's pretty common to use in cybersecurity exercises for sure. So what is the command? The command is get DOM PW info. Okay. So it says minimum password length 7, sure. password properties, domain password complex. I'm not too sure what this output actually means. The only part I understood was this, but maybe the page has some additional information. So we got crackmap exec. So they're actually talking about crackmap exec. That's pretty cool. Oh, password policy. You can do it on netexec as well. Okay, let me try that out. So netexec, this is SMB, passpol. This got us more information than the other command. So password complexity flags. Minimum password age. Oh, they've got a lockout counter. So 2 minutes. Account locked out account duration 2 minutes. Account lock threshold 10. This is some very good information. Second of mine says X hex something something 1 just means complex requirement. And did you know cracking Wi-Fi passwords is boring because if it's an inactive network, you have to wait forever to capture a WEP handshake to run with the word list that does not, and that netexec is such an OP tool. Yeah, I like it a lot. The RPC info response you received. Yeah, this one right here, right? So this actually doesn't give us too much information, but the netexec output is actually very helpful here. I don't know if you always get this much verbosity from running this command, but I'm guessing that you need to have a valid account, a valid user account to run this. Okay, so we know that we can't. Well, I mean, the thing is that it doesn't really affect us that much because even if an account is locked out, it's going to come back online in 2 minutes. Okay, so what should we do? So crackmap exec is a well-known network service hacking tool that we can use throughout this module. Oh, huh. So this is the exact command that we were looking at before. Only it's not crackmap exec, it's now netexec. TryHackMe needs a Diet Pepsi version for OSCP certification for broke people. For broke people? I mean, you don't need a certification if you don't have money. You can just learn the skills and that's your certification. But I guess the certification is for getting past getting hired and for bragging rights. Okay, so what do? We need to perform some password spraying attacks. So we've gathered a solid user list, right? We need to create a list of common passwords. Through our password policy enumeration, we saw that the complexity is equal to 1. So this means at least 3 of the 4 conditions need to be respected for the password to be created. We need uppercase letters, we need lowercase letters, we need digits, and we need special characters. So passwords cannot contain the user's account name or parts of their full name exceeding 2 consecutive characters. Okay, so let's imagine that through some OSINT we discovered that the company was in a data breach, and some of their known passwords have the variation of the string password. We can create the following list, making sure to respect the password policy. Okay, and then we could use crackmap exec to run our password spraying attack against the work computer. Okay, let's go ahead and make this list. CPTS is the broke man's OSCP. Oh, okay. Hold on. I need to catch up with chat. Let's see. Just disconnect and reconnect to capture the handshake then. The dev who used to manage crackmap exec rage quit and the community took over. I didn't know about the rage quitting part. Defa says, I just don't get why they use crackmap exec instead of netexec on a brand new room. I think the room was in development for a long time. It might have been in development for a couple of years. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they use crackmap exec instead of netexec myself. Oh, sorry, we need a password. So we can call this passwords.txt. Okay. Sure. What else? Let's see. CPTS is the broke man's OSCP, and let's see. I need to be a child hacking prodigy and need 100 certs and 100 years of experience for an entry-level SOC analyst job in San Francisco. CPTS isn't cheap comparatively to the OSCP. So CPTS is like $600 or something, $500. CPTS price certification. So it's $490. This is probably in USD. So it's $500. It is a lot cheaper than OSCP, because I think OSCP is going to cost you like $3,000. OSCP price. So let's see. A course and cert exam bundle costs $16.49. You can also opt for a Learn One subscription for this much per year, so that's $2,600. Or learn. I don't know if anybody would ever opt for this option over here. You can pay like $5,800 for unlimited offensive security materials. Okay, you guys are fast in chat. Jeez. Let's see. OSCP is very expensive these days. It does have better HR recognition. Sickly Mind says, I'm a fan of Marcello's work. So Marcello, who's Marcello? The name sounds familiar, Marcello. Defa says, it's basically just replacing CME by NXC for a lot of the commands. Yeah, most of the time you just need to sub in NXC instead of crackmap exec CME. Nullsec says you can get it for $210 as a student. Are you talking about... So Nullsec, you're talking about the CPTS, right? You're not talking about OSCP. Or at least I don't think you are. My MIT license was just around $2. MIT, what is MIT? You still have to pay for the modules with cubes. Ugh, I hate using cubes. That's the worst part of... the worst part of Hack the Box's system. Using their cubes, their cube money. So let's make cybersecurity certs expensive and wonder why people don't want to join the sector. Well, I mean, you don't need certifications to get a job in cybersecurity. Your better bet is to get your first job in cybersecurity through contacts, through social networking. You're much more likely to get your first job in cybersecurity by knowing the right people than having the right certifications. Oh, Bytebleeder. Yeah. So Marcello is the guy that does netexec. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Nullsec says, yeah, for $8 a month as a student, or you could pay $500 for a year. 1K is still cheaper than the OSCP price. OSCP, I'm not a big fan of OSCP. I took the OSCP training, and I took the exam. I didn't pass the exam, so maybe I'm just salty because I didn't pass. But I do think that CPTS is the better cert from a technical point of view, not from a human resources point of view. So CrowdStrike will happen again because someone wasn't trained on Linux, maybe. Don't waste your money on junk. I use one video to motivate me, made in 1984 Hackers, Wizards of the Electronic Age. It's also on Prime, but free on YouTube. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo movie got me into hacking because goth chicks plus hacking. Yeah, of course. I'll be honest, the CPTS is very hard.
Hack the planet!
Thank you for the Hack the Planet, Defus. I'll be honest, the CPTS was very hard. And you know what? Much respect, nullsec. Yeah, I would love to take the CPTS. It sounds like you get a lot of good stuff out of that certification, or at least the education, the training part. The Borg have tried to assimilate me, okay, and I've met like 5 people who actually know their stuff in cybersecurity. Cert chasers are usually compensating for something. Orcs, hey, haven't seen you in a while. Nice to see you here. And Sick in the Mind says, I haven't met one goth chick hacker yet. Not like this. Kim Crawley is a goth chick hacker. Kim Crawley is a very well-respected member of the cybersecurity community. Yeah, and they used to stream a lot more. Hold on, let me see if I can look if they're still on InfoSec streams. So infosecstreams.com is a great place to go to look for people who stream InfoSec stuff. And I think, what was their name? What was Kim Crawley's name on Twitch? What was it? It was, what was that name? I don't remember anymore. But yeah, this is a pretty good list. It looks like I'm the only person on the list who's online right now, unfortunately. Let's see. A hacker hacks away on a keyboard until a computer program does what it's supposed to do. A cracker breaks into a security system and gains access without permission, and that's it. What was that one who did the VTuber avatar? Oh, VTuber avatar. I think it's this is a channel that uses a VTuber avatar, and they do cybersecurity stuff. Panako Panko. So this user has, let's see, let's look at their, yeah. So this person uses a VTuber avatar, and they do cybersecurity stuff. And the last time they streamed was 2 days ago. Okay. And I guess I'll leave the link to anybody who wants to take a look. And what else? Too many pickpockets on the go. This is a problem. Cyber Kaida. I don't think I've heard of that user before either. Let me see if I can look it up. Cyber Kaida, okay. And I guess this is... Huh, interesting. So this is another cybersecurity VTuber. Oh. I need to mute this. But it looks like they're not... Oh, they do stream cybersecurity stuff. So Ghidra Development. Cool, awesome. And I guess I'll leave this link in the chat as well for anybody who wants to check it out. What are we talking about? I was going to say, I don't think CyberKaida is on InfoSec streams. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Actually, there seems to be a lot of people who do cybersecurity stuff who are not on InfoSec streams. You know what? I should probably add these people on Twitch. That Sick in the Mind says, I found her on stream doing the IDA stuff. VTube frog stream when? You know, I'm technically a VTuber because I use this avatar over here. You know, keep in mind that it doesn't do very much, but yeah, I'm a VTuber too. Did you guys know? Anyways, the ultimate social engineering weapon is a goth chick smiling at you to give your YubiKey to her, and I'll have to pass her on to my GP GSci? I don't know. Need to sub to Twitch Turbo. Okay. Anyways, let's go ahead and let's finish this room. Where are we? We got distracted. Okay, so we use crackmap exec to run our password spraying attack against the work computer. So we can just, well, I mean, we can just replace everything here with netexec, and it's going to do the same thing. Okay, we replace this command with nxc for netexec. Okay. So it looks like the problem with netexec password attacks is that they're very slow. So we'll just wait for this to run, and in the meantime, we're just going to go back and see what we're supposed to be doing. So what is the minimum password length? I think it was 7. Let's go ahead and submit 7. Okay, what is the locked account duration? So it's 2 minutes. Perform password spraying using crackmap exec. What are the valid credentials you find? So username, password. The Radio Man is Bleeding says 2D. 2D. I'm a yeah. I guess I'm a 2D VTuber is what I am. So our Duke and password 1. This was the correct password. This was the correct credentials that we found after doing our password spraying attack. Awesome. Let's submit this. Done. Conclusion. So in this room, we focus on various types of reconnaissance and enumeration activities that don't require valid credentials. We covered mapping out the network, discovering and enumerating SMB shares, LDAP, RPC, and others. Finally, we explained password spraying and the various tools we can use to carry out such attacks. So it's time to proceed to the next room, the room that we need to pay for. If we go over here, it is a premium room, of course. I'm not saying that you shouldn't pay for TryHackMe. TryHackMe is actually one of the better deals as far as cybersecurity platforms are concerned, because they've got hundreds of rooms that you can get access to if you decide to pay $15 a month, $14 a month. It used to be a lot cheaper, but occasionally you get this stuff on sale, and that's how I would do it. That's how I suggest you would do it. Anyways, let's complete this room. Tiberius got orcs. That's really surprising. So Tiberius used to stream a lot. Yeah, Tiberius used to stream a lot on Twitch, and I guess Tiberius he must be really busy with work these days. Otherwise, I'm sure we would see him streaming more often. But yeah, I also remember when Tiberius was on every day. I used to raid into Tiberius. Tiberius used to raid into me as well. And let's see, if you beat the #1 THM hacker, you get to own the website. Is that the same with Al Hazred? Yeah, that's true. That's true too. I rarely see those two on anymore, but I wonder if Al is still on the list. I don't think. Wow, they might have been moved to the inactive list. That's really surprising. Sigmagat says, "Great stream. Hate to see you go." Yeah, I need to get going pretty soon because we did finish all of our activities for today. But you know what? Before we go, let's talk about what else we're going to be doing. What we're going to be doing next week. So our HackerFrogs is the HackerFrogs home on the internet. There you go. And we publish our streaming schedule every week, and we should have one for week 22. Didn't I? Hold on. I could have sworn I published it already. Huh, that's weird. hold on. I need to look this up on my other screen. I thought I created the post. I'm gonna have to redo that. Gosh darn it. Okay, so let's see. So what are we going to be doing next week? We're going to be doing more of well, a lot more hacking next week, and notably, we're not going to be streaming on Monday because on Monday I've got my conference, my cybersecurity conference that I need to go to. But we will be streaming on Wednesday, and we're going to be streaming on Friday of next week. So everybody, I hope to see you there. Asmongold should react to you. I don't think Asmongold cares about anything cybersecurity related. I don't think that's a thing. But yeah, thank you very much to everybody who came by to chat, and it was a very, very fun conversation today. Lots of people chatting around, and we'll see you on. Well, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next Wednesday. But until then, let's find someone we can raid. Let's go over to Twitch. If anybody has a suggestion for who to raid on Twitch, let us know. We've got the science streams. Hey, that's an old favorite. And let me check on my own Twitch to see if any of my friends are streaming right now. Okay, let's go ahead and raid into the science stream. Game Boy says Space News. Space News? Goth chicks? Are there goth chicks? Oh, are you talking about this? Space News? Moo hoodies? Maybe, yeah, we could raid into Moo hoodies. Let me set that up. Moo hoodies. Okay, let's set up that raid. And before we finish, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, everybody, this is the raid message. So, OS Frog, hip hop, hack, OS Frog. Just like this. Okay, everybody, let's raid. See you next time.
It's like ethical, anonymized, like more secure data stuff, but then they're like, here's your report of your stuff. Like we already, we're using it. Like, thank you. Here's something back to you.